I'm going to show you something that changed how I think about front-end development. This is a DatePicker around 210 lines of code. This works, but this is very messy code. And this is a same DatePicker, but it has EventBus, SlotManager, StateManager, and plugin systems inbuilt. You see this gap between these two code base? That is the difference between senior and junior code. Let me ask you something. Have you ever tried to debug a library that you did not write? As something breaks, you want to change something, you open node modules, and there it is, thousands of lines of minified code. You just want to change one thing, but you cannot because you did not write this code. And one more thing. How much JavaScript do you think a DatePicker need? If you install a popular library today, you are looking at more than 100 KB for a calendar that picks date. But here's the thing. The real question is not that which libraries should you use. The real question is, can you build it yourself? And yes, this course will help you to build a library from scratch. We'll go from single file, the bad code, to 8 files with modular architecture. Let me show you what we are going to build together. This is our black and white DatePicker, zero dependency, pure JavaScript, around 18 KB minified DatePicker. I have 3 demo. First demo is very simple. You open the DatePicker, smooth animation, navigation button to change month or year. We can select date. We have option to clear the date, or we can go to today's date with just one click. Next is dark theme. With just one line, we can add a dark theme support to our DatePicker. And the third demo is interesting. It has 2 plugins. You see, weekends are disabled and it has a date range. We can select any date. And it is very easy to use these plugins. Just import and use in just one single line. This is not a toy project. This is production ready, feature ready. It has CSS variables, npm-ready package, TypeScript definition, dark theme support, area accessibility, multiple bundles, rollup config for builds. You could publish this to npm today, and by the end of the course you will publish it. Now let me show you what you will learn in this course. This DatePicker, we are going to build it together. We will start from V0, very naive approach, everything in one file, bad code, but it works. Then step by step, episode by episode, we will make it production ready. And by end of this series, you will master these 7 patterns. PubSub for event system, observer for reactive state, facade for clean API, slots for customizable UI, pipeline for render hooks, plugin architecture for extensibility, event delegation for performance. These same patterns power React, Vue or every major framework. Learn them once, use them everywhere. Who is this course for? If you are a mid-level developer who can build features but struggle to architect, if you copy-paste patterns without truly understanding why they work, if you want to level up, it works to it is built right. This course is your bridge to senior level thinking. 18 episodes, 5 modules, no fluff content. You get the complete source code for all 9 versions. Every diagram, every pattern explained. By the end, you will have built and published a production ready UI component. You saw the demo, and now let me tell you about this course. This is not a tutorial project. This is not a project that lives in your folder. This is a real npm package you are going to publish on npm once you complete this course. I have already built it. This package is live. You can go and install this DatePicker today with 0 dependencies. And by end of this course, you will also publish this DatePicker on npm with your name. But first, in next episode, we will start writing our code. Bad code, this is the bad code. Look at it. You see these global variables, you see the HTML inside, JavaScript. And let me ask you something. If there are two DatePicker on the page with this script, do you think that DatePicker will work? Both DatePicker will work? No, because they will both fight for these variables. They both need the current month, current year, selected date. Is DatePicker open or close? This code will not handle two DatePicker. And you may be thinking why we are starting with the bad code. Because if you don't understand the bad code, like if you don't know what bad code is, and if you don't feel the pain of bad architecture, you will not appreciate the good architecture. That is why we start with bad code. And in episode 3, we will review our code and we will find 7 problems. We will find a global state problem, mixed concerns, no state manager, tight coupling, no event manager, no extensibility, memory leaks, all sorts of problems. But episode by episode, we will fix every problem. And by the end, you will have 8 clean files with better architecture. You see all these files, this is what we are going to create. We will have the EventBus that handles event. We will have StateManager that handles state, a single source of truth. Only one file handles state. It is not scattered all over the DatePicker, only one file handles the state. So we will start from V0, we'll go all the way to V8, 9 versions, 9 refactors, and by the end of the course, we will have our production ready DatePicker ready to publish on NPM. So by the end of this course, you will learn 4 patterns. EventBus for communication, StateManager for data management, SlotManager for flexibility, plugin system for extensibility. And these are not just DatePicker patterns, these are JavaScript patterns. You can learn them once and use them in any project. So 18 episodes, 9 versions, 8 files and 0 dependencies. By the end, you would not just have a DatePicker, you will know how to refactor a messy code. So in next episode, we will start writing our code, the bad code on purpose. I see you in episode 2. Today we write code and I am going to honest with you, this code is going to be bad on purpose because I want you to feel the pain of bad architecture, the bad code. So when we implement the good architecture, you can really appreciate that. So we start with bad code. This is our folder structure. You can find the HTML, CSS, the UI for DatePicker in this folder. And if we open it in the browser, this is how it looks. It looks nice, but it does nothing. We can click on any date or button. It does not work. By end of this episode, we will have a fully working DatePicker. For that, let's go to the V0 folder. Inside it, we have this HTML file. Let's create a new file, datepicker.js. So now inside it, first we start with some variables. We need some variables to store some values. So we will need current month, and we will initialize it with new date dot get month. Then we'll need a variable to store current year, get full year. Then we need one more variable, selected date. By default it's null because there is no date selected. Next we need is open flag. By default it is false. So this current month, this is the month that we view on the DatePicker. This December is the current month value. This 2025 is the current year. and right now it is just the UI, so the selected date is null and is open is false. So when we click, it will change true to false, false to true. And if you open this HTML in our page, this is how it looks. Nothing works and no date picker. Now we need few more variables to store the reference of DOM elements, and those elements are input element, picker element, days, container, and title element. This input element, this is this input element, the DOM element, the picker element, this is our date picker element, days container, if we go back to the basic HTML, all these days are inside a container, we are calling it days container. And this title element, this is our title element which displays month and year. Now let's go and add few event listeners. So first we will need document.eventListener. We need a event listener on DOM. So once the DOM content is loaded, we will have a callback. This is one function. Let me write a few functions and then we'll start writing body of each function. The second function we will need setup event listeners. In this we will write all the function that can handle to select date or open or close date picker. All those functions we will write in this function. Next we need is open function, and this will handle open of the date picker. So when we click it, we will call this function to open the date picker. We need one more, which is close picker. This will close the date picker. Next we need a function to select date. This will handle the date selection. And we need one more, render calendar, and this will render our calendar. Now let's go back to the first DOM event listener. So once we have our DOM loaded, we need to initialize all the variables, which we have input element. We can select the document.query selector and we add the class date input. Then we have picker element, document.query selector, and it has this class black and white date picker. Next we have days container, and we can select using query selector, the class name black and white date picker days. And the last we have title element, and for that we can use document.query selector, and the class we will use black and white date picker title. Now we have reference to all 4 elements. Once we initialize all 4 elements, we will call this function to set up event listener, so we can handle events on all these and these buttons when we click on previous month or next year. So for that we will call setup event listener, and finally we will call render calendar to render the calendar. Now let's go to the render calendar function. Inside it, first event listener we need for input element. So when we click on this input, we need to open the date picker. So for that we need a event listener. So input element dot event listener, and we click on it, we will have a callback, and it will do if date picker is open, it will close, else it will open the date picker. So we'll check if is open, then we will say close picker. If it is not open, then we will call open picker. Not is open, we need open picker function. So open picker. So this is a event listener for input element. Next, we need event listener for navigation buttons. So we have previous month, previous year, next month, next year. These are our navigation button. So let's add event listener for them. Document dot query selector. First we need to select them. We add black and white, DatePicker, nav button, previous year, and then we add event listener. Then we add a callback. This is our event listener for previous year. Now we can just copy and paste it 4 times because we have 4 navigation button. So previous year, then we have this previous month. So we say previous month, then we have next month, and the 4th navigation button is next year. Now let's write body of each event listener. So first previous year. So when we click on the previous year button, it will reduce the current year value by 1. So we can go to the previous year. So current year -1, and we will call render calendar to render new calendar based on new value, because year has changed, so calendar will change. Next we need previous month event listener body. So when we click on the previous month, so let's say the month is January, which is 0, and we click on previous month, it will become -1, but there is no -1 month, so it will go to the previous year's last month, December, which is 11. So we can add it like this. So when we click on previous month, we will reduce it by 1, and then we will check if current month is less than 0. We will make it current month equals to 11, and we will reduce current year by 1 because we now in a previous year. Then we will call render calendar to render the new calendar based on these new values. Next we have next month. So for next month, first we will increment month by 1, and then we will check if current month is greater than 11. It means we are in new year. So we'll say current month equals to 0 and current year equals to ++. Then we will call render calendar. It will render a new calendar. And the last navigation button we have here is next year. So it's current year ++ and then render calendar. So all these navigation buttons are covered. Now we need to cover the days container. So we have all these days for a month. If we click on any date, we should be able to select that date. So for that, let's go to the days container dot add event listener, and when we click on it, we'll take the callback with the event, and now in here we will say day element. We'll use event dot target dot closest. I'll explain why we are using the closest. So we add a class here, black and white, DatePicker, day. Now let's check. If we inspect this day, you will see it has a class black and white DatePicker day. So when we use the closest method, it will go and try to find closest element which has this class, and it starts from itself. So when we click on here, this is our target. It will go and check if it has a class or not. If it has a class, it will give us that element. So we will get the day element, and we can add here check. If we don't find the day element, then we can return from it because there is nothing to select. But if we find it, we can read the value from it. We'll say parse int day element dot text content, because when we read the value from the DOM element, it's not a number, it's a text, and we will need it as a number for the calculation. So we'll convert into a number, and then we will call select date, because when we click on the date, we want to select. So we'll pass data to this method. So we'll say current year, current month, and day. So this is our event listener for days container. Now let's go to the open picker function. In here, when we click on the DOM element, the input element, it will open the date picker. So for that, first we set is open to true because the date picker has opened, and we say picker element dot style dot display equals to block. Next we have the close picker, so it will set is open to false because we need to close the date picker, so we update the value, and then we say picker element dot style dot display none. Next we have select date method. So when we click on a date, we should have that date selected. So for that, let's come in here. It expects 3 parameters: year, month and day. So based on these values, we will get selected date. For that, we will use date object. We'll pass it year, month and day, and it will give us date. So when we select a date, we will get the date. Now we need to display this date on the input element. So whatever date we select, we will display it here. For that, we need month name. Let me bring the month name array. So this is our month name array, the short name of the month. And once we have the date selected, we will say input element dot value equals to months, and we'll get the month name using the month value, and then we'll add the day, and the last we'll add year. So we have month, day and year. Then we will call render calendar to update the calendar and display the selected date, and then we will close it. This date is not a new, we already defined it here. So this is the variable that we defined here. Now let's go to the render calendar. This function will calculate the days and render the UI for date picker. For that, we will need month names, because when we click on these months, the month change, previous month, next year, the month will change. For that, we need to grab value of the month. So for that, I will bring an array of month name. This time I will bring full month names. And when we render it, first thing we will update this value, the title value. We'll say title element dot text content, and it will be month names, and we'll get it using the current month, and then we'll display current year. So when we click on any button, any navigation, first we will clear all the dates, and then we'll recalculate and redisplay new dates for a particular month. So for that, first let's say days container dot inner HTML, we set it to empty string, so there is no HTML inside it. Then we need to do some calculation. So first I will write some variables and some calculation, then I will explain it. So first we will need first day, new date, current year, current month, and one will get the day here, and we'll define total days, current year, current month plus 1 and 0 will get the date. Then we need previous month days, and for that we can say new date, current year, current month, 0, and we'll get the date. Okay, so first we have first day. This first day is first day of the month. So if we check here, this December month, it starts from Monday, and this Monday is a 1. So the weekday have value 0 to 6. When we call this get day method, we get this value 0 to 6. So for the Monday we will get 1, for the Thursday we will get 4, Friday 5 and Saturday 6. So using this get day we can get the day of a month. Total days, we get how many days we have in the current month, and previous days for the previous month we'll get previous month days. For this the calculation is a little bit different. To get the total days of a current month, we pass current month plus 1. So it will go to the, let's say current month is December, plus 1 will go to the January, and we are asking for 0 date, but there is no 0 date in a month, so it will go back to the previous month which is December, and it will get the last date of that month. Same for the previous month, we pass the current month 0, there is no 0 date in current month, so it will go to the previous month and grab the last date, which is for the November is 30. So these three variables we have defined, we need few more. So let's define those. We'll get today, new date, and we need today month. First we need date, so today date, today dot get date, then we need today month, today dot get month, then we need today year, and we'll get it using today dot get full year. So these 4 variables are very simple. Now let's calculate the previous month days. So I will write the logic here, then I will explain it. So for previous month, let's add a comment, previous month days. So for loop, let I equals to first day minus 1, I greater than equals to 0, I minus minus, and inside it we will create day element using document dot create element. We will create a div, then we say day element dot class name, we will give it a class name black and white, DatePicker, it is a day, and we'll add one more class black and white, DatePicker day, it is a previous month, so we'll add a class other month to display it as a grayed out value. So if we check the UI, the previous month days are not the highlighted in the black, they are in a gray color. So we say this class is other month, and we have the day element dot text contain, and we set the value previous month days minus I, and we say days container dot append child, and we'll say day element. So now let me explain it. So the for loop starts from the I equals to first day minus 1. So for this let me add 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So these are the weekdays. Weekday start from Sunday, goes to the till Saturday. So Sunday is 0, Saturday is 6. So let's say this December is starting from Monday, which is 1. Let's take a different example. So let's say December starts from Thursday, which is 4. Now when we say 4 minus 1, which becomes 3. So it will start from here 3, 2, 1, 0. So we need previous 4 days from previous month. So we start from here. It will start from the 3, then 2, then 1 and go, and it will do the same thing. So previous month days is 30, then it will remove the first 3 value, then 2, then 1 and 0. So we'll get last 4 days of previous month. So this is the calculation for previous month. Now we can do calculation for current month. For that, it's simple. So we say days start from 1, day will go to less than equals to total days, and then day plus plus. So current month calculation is simple. Inside here we will define again the day element, document dot create element, we'll create a div, and we say day element dot class name. We'll add a class name, black and white, date picker, day class. Now we need to check if this particular date is a current is a today or not. If it is today, we need to highlight it. So for that, let's add a check. If day equals to today date and current month equals to today month and current year equals to today year. So if this condition is true, we'll add one more class. So day element dot class list dot add, and we'll add one more class, black and white, date picker, day, it is today. Then we need one more class. So when we select a date, we need to highlight that selected date. For that, we need a one more check. So let's add it here. We say if selected date is there and not the select date, selected date, and we have day equals to selected date dot get date and current month equals to selected date dot get month, and we have current year equals to selected date dot get full year. So if this condition is true, we'll add one more class. We'll say day element dot class list dot add, and we add one more class, black and white, date picker, day, and this day is selected. So calculation is done. Now we will update the day element content. Inside here, let's just put it day element dot text content equals to day. Then we'll say day container dot append child, and we'll append the day element. So our current month calculation is done. Now we need to calculate next month days. For that we will need few more variables. So we'll define it here. Total cells equals to 42. Current cells equals to first day plus total days. Then we need next days equals to total cells minus current cells. So why 42? Because we have these 7 columns and 6 rows, so total 42 cells, and we need to check how many days how many cells we have already filled. So first day plus total days, it gives us how many days we have filled for previous month and current month, and then we can get the remaining days for the next month. So now we say that day equals start with 1, then day is less than equals to next days, and day plus plus. Then again for this one we need to define the create day element. Say document dot create element, the div. Then we say day element dot class list, the class name equals to black and white, date picker, day. We need one more class, black and white, date picker, day. This is other month, so we add other month class. And then we update day element dot text content equals to day, and we can say day container dot append child, and we append the day element. Okay, now I think our date picker is almost done. let's test it. So if we open this HTML, we click here, the DatePicker opens, we click on next month, it changes, next year, previous year, previous year, previous month, we select a date, we can select the date, we click here, it's working, go to the current month, it's there. I think there is one thing, I think for December, okay, this is 2024. So December 2025, it is highlighting the today's date, and our DatePicker is working fine. Now we need few more the event handlers for today and the clear button. And when we click outside the DatePicker, we should be able to close this. Right now it is not closing. And if we press the escape key, this should close. So let's add all those event listeners now. So for that, let's go back to our setup event listener. And this event listener, we can add for today button. So we'll say document.add event listener. First we need to select it. So query selector, and we will select it with black and white. DatePicker today button. Then we add event listener, click event listener, and the callback function. We need to copy it one more time because we need it for the clear button. So we change the class to clear button. Now let's add the body for the today button. So first we say today equals to new date. We get current month equals to today dot get month, and current year equals to today dot get full year. Then we call select date function, and we will pass it today dot get month. We pass it today dot get full year. I think the select date takes full year first and then it takes the month. So let's change it, get full year, then we pass the month, and then we pass the date. So today dot get date, and then we call render calendar. So today is done. Let's move to the clear button. So for clear button we say selected date equals to null, because we are clearing the date. So selected date is null, and we set input element dot value equals to empty string, and then we call render calendar. Now let's add two more. So when we click outside DatePicker, it should close, and escape key, it should close the DatePicker. So we say document dot add event listener, click event, takes the callbacks with the event, and then we check if picker element dot contains e dot target, and if input element dot contains e dot target. So condition is like this: when we click on the DOM, the picker element and input element should not contain the target element. If that is the case, we'll say close picker. We'll call this function, and we need one more for escape key. So we say document dot add event listener. When we say key down, we'll check the callback, and we'll add a condition e dot key equals to escape key. Then we will call the close picker method, the function. So now we have all this functionality. Let's test it. So if I open the DatePicker, okay, something is wrong here. Let's see what is wrong. If we open it, we see Document.query selector add is not a function. Line number 69. DatePicker today button. So I think it could not find this today button. Let's see. What is the class name? DatePicker today button. It looks fine. Okay, let's just copy this class and we update it here. I think still there is a sieve. Query selector. Oh, this should be the add event listener, not the add. This is same here. Add event listener. Now it should work. So if we check, open the date picker, yeah, it's working. We can select a date, it close. Now if I don't select any date and click outside, it also get closed. And if I open it again, press escape key, it get closed. So our date picker is working. Now let's say we want to add few other features. Like if I click on other month date, I should not be able to select it. Right now I can select it, but if our client say we need to add this functionality, so let's add that. So for that we go to the days container here, and here we add a check that if day element dot class list dot contains, if it contains black and white date picker day other month, then we should not be able to select the date. So we just return from here. Now let's test this. Open the date picker, click on this 30. See, it is not working now. If I click on 1, we can select the date, but previous month and next month date are not selectable. We cannot select it. So if we have to add the feature, we go back to the code and we add that feature there, and it is working fine. So we have tested our date picker, it works. We have a functional date picker, it's working just fine. So we are done, right? Not quite. This code works, but it's not good. In next episode, we are going to review this code and we are going to find a lot of problems. That's where the real learning begins. See you in episode 3. Our date picker works. User can pick dates. In a real company, someone would say ship it. And 6 months from now, you would be drowning in bug reports. Let me show you 7 landmines hiding in our code base. Now, let's review this code. Problem number 1, global variables. You look here. These are global variables. Top of the file, naked export. Here is a scenario. Client says we need 2 date pickers. One for departure, one for return on one page. So right now if I open this date picker, I have added one more input with same class, and if we try to open it, it opens one date picker. If I try to open second, it does not open it. Why? Because both the date picker are fighting for same variables and the last one wins. To make this work, we will need to add loop for both the date pickers, and that is a bad code. This is why we have this global variables, and that is creating the problem. Problem number 2, God function. This render calendar, it is doing 4 different jobs. It is doing date calculations, creating DOM element, adding class for styling, checking the state logic if it is today's date or if it is selected date. This violates single responsibility principle. One function should do one thing. If there is a bug in the date calculation, you will edit this function. If you want to change CSS class, you will edit this function, and hope you don't break the logic. Problem number 3, untestable code. Here is one simple ask. Can you test this date calculation? No. To test this math, you will need to spin a browser, set up HTML, query DOM element, check the output. That is not unit test, that is integration test. To fix this, we will use pure functions. Problem number 4, no communication. Here is a scenario. Your app needs to know when a date is selected, update a form field and send data to analytics. How you do it? You would need to edit select date function. Add your code inside this. Every new feature you will modify select date function. What if you want to remove that feature? What if two teams both need to add things? Merge conflict, bad code. And we will fix it using EventBus. Problem number 5, zero extensibility. Your client say, can we disable weekends? Or can we show company holidays with icons? And can we add a badge showing how many events are on each day? How you do it? You would open DatePicker, the render DatePicker, edit here, add more if statements, more special classes, and the function will keep growing. And that is again a bad code. Problem number 6, memory leaks. We have set up so many event listeners, but can you find if we have removed any single event listener? No, we never removed it. In a single page application, user navigates away and come back, DatePicker gets destroyed and recreated. Old listeners still there. New listeners added. 10 page visit, you have 10 sets of listeners. This is why React has huge effect cleanup. Why Vue has on unmounted. Every frameworks force you to think about this. And we are going to solve this using destroy method that will clean everything and remove all the listeners. Problem number 7, magic numbers. You see we have 11, 0 and we have the 42, all these magic numbers. Now when you look at this code, you have to think why 42 or why 11 or why 0. Let's say after 6 months you have to change it. You will come to this logic and you will think about it. If your teammate check this code and try to understand, they have to think. The code should be readable. The code should very well documented. We have found 7 problems in our code and we are going to fix them in our each module, each step by step. We found 7 problems and we are going to fix them one by one. Starting next episode, we fix them one by one. First up, EventBus, the communication layer that lets components talk without knowing about each other. That is module 2, the core architecture. See you there. We have seen the bad code, 210 lines of code, and we saw the 7 problems. Now let me show you how engineer thinks when they see code like this. Not just what to fix, but how to think about fixing. The mental model that turns chaos into clean architecture. Now before we write a single line of refactor code, I want you to see the destination. Think of this like a blueprint. Architects don't start building, they plan first, they see the finished building in their mind before laying the first brick. And that is what we are doing here, seeing the end before we begin. Here is our starting plan. We have 1 file, bad code and 7 problems. We have the global variables, we have DOM and logic mixed, we have no communication system, we have memory leaks. An engineer looks at this code and asks one simple question. What is wrong here? Not how to fix it, but first, what is wrong? So first question is, DatePicker cannot share the state. Why? Because we have global state. It lives at the top of the file. Any picker that runs uses the same variable. To fix this, we will extract into its own state. StateManager.js, encapsulated, isolated. That is our episode 6. Next question is, right now in our code base, component cannot talk. And how do we connect them? That is our question. So in our bad code, if a date picker needs to tell the input field, hey, date changed, it cannot. They don't know about each other. To fix this, we need a message system where a publisher announces events and subscribers listen to that. Nobody needs to know who is on the other hand. For that, we will create EventBus.js, and that is the observer pattern. The same thing DOM events uses, same thing views emit uses, and that is our episode 5. Our next question is, when we create the event bus, we will write hard-coded events. But there are chances that we do some typo and our event will fail. It will not throw an error, but it will be a silent failure. How we prevent that? For that, we will create a event.js.file. We will extract all the events name into a single file, and from there we will use that single file in our complete date picker. That is our episode 7. Next question is, right now our render function is doing 4 things. It's doing date calculation, HTML generation, CSS classes, state comparison, everything in just one function. If you want to change the date logic, you might break the styling. If you want to change the HTML, you might break the state checks. To fix this, we will create a one separate file, and that file has one job, rendering the date picker. That is it. One file, one job. We'll create CalendarView.js, and that is our episode 10. Next question is, if client wants to show a custom icon on certain days, how do we do that? In our current code base, you would have to open the core code and add if statement, and you hope nothing breaks. But that is not how we are going to do it. We are going to create SlotManager.js that will give us power to replace any part of the day without touching the core code. Same thing Vue and React uses. That is our episode 11. And here is one more question. Right now, we cannot test the date logic because it is inside our render function. If we want to test it, we have to set up everything, the function, the browser and everything. That is not a testing. Testing should be very simple. You give it input, it gives you output. To do that, we will use pure functions. We will extract all these logics into single file, and we will have ability to test them individually. And that is our episode 12. Next question is, if we want to add a new feature, let's say you want to disable the weekend or add some custom dates, some min-max dates or holiday markers or keyboard navigation, how do we do that? Right now, we have to open our code, our core code base, and add conditions there. But that is not how a feature should be. Feature should be installable. If you want a feature, you add it. If you don't, you remove it. That's how a feature should be. And for that, we will create plugin system in our date picker. And that is our episode 14. And the main thing, how do we connect all these files? Like we have extracted EventBus, StateManager, CalendarView, SlotManager, DateUtils, plugin systems. Something needs to wire them together. To create instance, connect all of them and expose the public API. And that is, we will create our main class. I'll create bw datepicker.js. I'm adding the bw, the black and white, as a brand. You can add your name or any other name, and we will create this bw.datepicker file. And we will have a clean architecture, single file doing, single job, completely clean code. And here is the engineer's mantra. So whenever you see a file doing too much or you see so many lines, you cannot test something, you ask one question. What is this code's one job? And if you cannot answer it, you split it. Now you have the blueprint. the mental model, the destination. Starting next episode, we will build piece by piece. First up, our event bus, the communication layer. I see you in next episode. Imagine a WhatsApp group. Someone posts a message, everyone in the group sees it. The sender does not need to know who is in the group. They just post, and whoever is listening receives it. That is exactly how an event bus works. In our naive code base, when a date is selected, what happened? We directly updated the input, hard coded. What if we need something else to know? What if our form validator need to check the date? What if analytics needed to track it? You would have to add more code inside our DatePicker for every new requirement. That is tight coupling and it does not scales. The solution is publish subscriber or PubSub. That is our event bus. A date picker publishes an event, says, hey, date was selected. It does not know or care who is listening, it just announces it, and anyone who cares, the subscriber to that event, the input subscriber, the validator subscriber, analytics subscriber, the event bus is just a middleman who receives the announcement from publisher and delivers to the subscriber. This is our event bus or our PubSub pattern. You have already used it, you don't know. You have the DOM events, that is the same pattern. When you click a button does not know that handle click exists. It just fires a click. But the browser's event system delivers the functionality. We are doing the same thing here, a tiny focused version for our date picker. Now we will rewrite our date picker. Let's create a new file inside our call, EventBus.js. Let's create our event bus. And first we have our constructor to initialize a value. We will need a listener. So let's say listeners, and I'm going to use map here. I'm using a map instead of object because map has more properties and that will help us to get and set some values. And here is how we will store values inside our map. So we'll have the key as an event and then array of callback functions. So here how it will work. We will have array for all the functions inside our object. So this is an event. So whenever this event is fired, all the callbacks will be called. So we will have multiple events with array of functions. Now let's add our first method on. It takes two parameter, event and callback. This event, it will subscribe to an event. So this is how we will use it. So we'll say EventBus.on and then date select. So this is how we read it. On date select, here is the callback. Whenever this event is fired, call this callback. This is how we read it. And this will subscribe to an event. So first we will check if there is any event for this. So we'll check this dot listeners dot has event. So if this event exists, and if this event does not exist, we will simply return early, or in this case we will just initialize the event with an empty array. So we'll say this dot listeners dot set event an empty array. Then we'll say this dot listeners dot get event, and we will push all the values. We'll push all the callbacks to this empty array. We'll say callback. Now here is important part. We will return a unsubscribe function. So return a unsubscribe function, event and callback. Now why we are returning this? Because for memory management, when you are done listening, you need to clean up. This makes it easy. Next we have emit method. It takes two parameters, event and data. It will emit an event. So when we want to use this emit, we will say EventBus dot emit date select. So when we emit this event, means when we fire this event, our event bus will go and check if there is any event exist in our listener, and then it will call all the callbacks for that particular listener. So in here we'll say if this dot listeners dot has event, and we are checking the null. So if there is no event, it means no one is listening to, then we'll simply return, else we'll get all the callbacks. But here is a subtle information, and it is a trick that we are not going to directly use the all the event callbacks. We are going to copy to an array. So we'll say this dot listeners dot get. We will get all the listeners for this particular event, and then we'll callbacks dot loop for each callback. And then we will call this callback with the data. And here is one more important thing. We will wrap it in a try and catch block. Why? So let's say one callback throws an error, then it will disturb our entire callback functionality. So one bad callback should not break our functionality. So we will just handle using the try catch, and whatever error it gets, it will be logged out here. This is called defensive programming, assuming things will fail and we handle it gracefully. So we'll say console.error EventBus error in event handler, and here is the error. So this is our emit method. Next we have off method. Off, it will unsubscribe from an event. So it will take two parameters, event and callback. And first thing, we will check if there is a listener for this particular event, means like if there is any event inside our listeners. So this dot listeners dot has event. If there is none, then we return early, else we will get all the callbacks. We'll say this dot listeners dot get event. Then we will find the index for that particular callback that we want to remove or unsubscribe. We'll say callbacks dot index of callback. And if we find the index, then we will remove it. Callbacks dot splice index and 1. So it will remove the callback from the callbacks array, and there is one more check we will add. So if we are removing the callback and the callback array gets empty, then we will check length equals to 0. Then there is no point of keeping this event, so we will simply remove this event. So we'll say delete event. Next we have once method. This subscribe to an event only once, and once it is fired, it will remove itself. So we can write it like this: once event callback, and we will wrap this callback in a wrapper function. We'll call it here callback with the data, and then we'll say this dot off event, this off to unsubscribe this particular callback. So we'll pass it wrapper. We'll pass it here callback, not the wrapper. So we'll pass the callback. This one, just remove it from the callback array, and here we'll say this dot on, because we have to call it once. So we'll say event and then wrapper. So this on will register this wrapper one time, and off, okay, we need to pass the wrapper because we are registering the wrapper, not the callback. So it will register this wrapper once, and once you call this callback, it will remove this from events array, the callback array for particular event. Next we have clear method. This clear method remove all the listeners, or it will remove a particular listener for a it will remove listener for a particular event. So we'll say clear event. It is an optional parameter. We'll check if there is an event passed. We'll check this dot listeners dot delete, and we will delete this event. And if we don't pass any event, we can simply say this dot listeners dot clear. So it will remove all the listeners. Next we have listeners count. So we can get number of count of callbacks for a particular listener, or all the callbacks from our listeners event bus. We'll say listener count. We pass it event, a particular event. If we want to get number of count for that, we'll check if event will return this dot listeners dot has event, then we'll say this dot listeners dot get event dot length, else will return 0. And if we don't pass the event, we will count how many listeners are there for particular event. We'll check this dot listeners dot for each callbacks, we'll say count equals to count plus callbacks dot length, and then we will return count. So our event bus is ready. We have written around 75 lines of code, but it changes everything about how component communicates. No more hard code callbacks, no more tight coupling, just events flowing through a central bus. But we still have scattered state variables everywhere. So when we are rewriting this one, we will write a state manager that will control all the states. If we check out our naive code, we have these variables, the states in the global. We don't want that. For our new version, we want to have a centralized state. So in next episode, we will start writing our state manager. EventBus is done. We have around 76 lines of code, but it changes everything about how components communicate. We have no more hard-coded callbacks, no more tight coupling, just events flowing through a central bus. But we still have scattered state variables everywhere. Next episode, we fix that with StateManager, our single source of truth. I see you in episode 5. Here is a quick question. In our naive date picker, where does the state lives? When you select a date, where is it? It's everywhere. We have the global variables. And we need to fix this. If you have used Redux or Just10, you know how the state manager patterns works. They all do the same thing. One object holds the state, and we are building the mini version of it. Same concept, simpler implementation. By the end, you will understand what those libraries actually do. Now let's create our state manager file. So I'll create state manager.js file, and we create our class for state manager. The constructor to initialize the values, it will take EventBus and initial state. By default, it's empty object. Now before we define all the values we need, let's just add comments that what method we will add here, and we start with the constructor. First we will store our EventBus reference, so we'll need EventBus. Then we will need our state for the date picker complete, because the state is the heart of our date picker. And then we will add state, which we will store for previous state. Now why we will need previous state? To compare the value, if the new value is similar or not, only then we will re-render the date picker. Then let's define the methods that we need. We will need get state, now let's define what methods we need. We need get state. This will give us all the state values. So get all this state. Next we will need a get method to get a single value. Then we will need set state. It will update our entire state. And we will need set selected date. It will update only a single value, the particular date that user selects. And then we need set view. It will update our view when we click on month or year. And then we need navigate. Navigate will use this method when we click on next month, previous month, year change. And then we need open to open the date picker, close the date picker, toggle to toggle between open and close. We need go to today, so we can directly go to today's date. Then we will need clear. It will clear the selected date. And last we will need reset to reset our complete state. Let's start with our first method, get state. It's here and it will return the state. This dot state. Okay, before this we need to define the state, but we have defined the get state, that is fine. You notice that we are using the spread operator here. We are not directly returning the this dot state. The reason is that we don't want user to override our date picker state. So this is critical because we are just returning the copy of the state, not the actual state object. And this is called defensive programming, assuming that people will misuse our API. So we are protecting against that. Now let's define the state. First we need EventBus. So EventBus, then let's define the state. So for the state we'll say this dot state equals to it. This is an object, and inside it we will add view month, view year. The view month, this is the month that we see on the date picker. So initial value is whatever date we have, and we'll get a month from that. Then view year, we'll say new date, and we'll get full month, full year. Then we need selected date, and we'll initialize it with null because we don't want any value by default. And then we need is open for tracking if DatePicker is open or not. And here we will just spread out all the initial values. So this is our initial state, but if we want to initialize with some different value, we can just use the initial state object. So we'll say initial state, and it will override all those values that we just defined here. Okay, what is wrong with this? We define here, and it looks okay. Okay, wait a minute, let's just delete it. Okay, it's fine. Let's just say initial state. Yeah, it's working fine. It was the semicolon missing, so it's fine. Now we need the previous state. So for the previous state, let's just define it. It's equals to this dot state. So we'll just store the whatever value was there before we update the state. Now we have the get state. So we already declared this one. Let's go to the get method, and get method only gets the single value. So if you want to read just, let's say, view month or selected date, we can just call this method with the key name, and it will return that value. Next we have set state method, and this set state method will update our entire state. So we'll say set state, and it will take an parameter updates object. So it will contain all the update that we need, and it has 3 steps. First step is first update our previous state. So we'll say this dot previous state equals to state, and then we apply the update. So this dot state equals to whatever previous state we have, and then all the updates that we are passing to this set state method. And then we will emit an event based on updates key. So let's say I just want to have set selected date key update. So I just update set selected value here or view month here. So I can simply come here, and then we will say object dot keys updates, and for each key. Now here our previous state will come useful. So we'll check if this dot previous state of this particular key is not equals to this dot state of this key. So if both value are not equal, it means it is a new value. We should update it. Then we will say this dot EventBus dot emit. We will emit an event, and we'll give it a name like this, state, and whatever key value is. So we'll just say key here. So if we pass view month, it will be state view month as an event. The second parameter is an data, and data will pass value, and this is the this dot state of this key, and we have the previous value. We can say this dot state, this dot previous state of this key. So for each key we will just emit an event with the value, the current value and the previous value, and finally we will emit one more event to just broadcast an event that something has changed. It's a general event. So we can say this dot EventBus dot emit, and we'll say state change. There was change in the state, so we are just emitting this normal event. And second is our data. We'll say here is the state, and for the previous, here is the this dot previous state, and changes, or these are the changes that was passed to update the state. So these are the changes. This is our set state method. Next, let's see, we have the set selected date. So set selected date, and it will take one thing, which is the date we want to update, and we'll say this dot set state, and we will pass object with the selected date equals to date. Then we will emit the event because the date is selected. We want to just emit this event, so anyone listening to this event will work. So we'll say EventBus dot emit, and we'll emit date select, and here is the date. Next we have set view. Now let's define the set view method here. So let's say set view. The set view take two parameter, month and year, because we need month and year to update the UI on the front end, because if we change the year, the month also changed before that particular year. We'll say if month is greater than 11, then it's a new year. We'll go and change month equals to 0, and we'll say year plus plus. Else if month is less than 0, it means we are in the previous year, and we'll update month equals to 11 and year minus minus. Then we can just say this dot set state will pass view month equals to month, and view year equals to year. And finally we will emit an event, so we can just inform all the listeners. So this dot EventBus dot emit will say view change, and here is the data, month and year. Now let's go to the navigate method. It takes month offset value. Default it is 0. Second, it takes year offset value, which is default 0, and here we'll define new month, because this is a new month based on the offset. We'll say this dot state dot view month plus month offset, and for new year we'll say this dot state dot view year plus year offset, and then we will call the set view. So set view can update the view of our DatePicker. We'll say new month and new year. So when we call this method, it will just check the current value at the offset and pass that value to the set view. So set view can calculate and update our DatePicker, and it will emit this event. Next we have open method. So this open method is simple. When we click some button or the input to open the DatePicker, we will use this one. So first we need to check if this dot state dot is open is is not open, it is false, then we'll say this dot set state, and we'll set is open to true. And then we will emit an event, EventBus dot emit, EventBus dot emit, and we will emit event picker open. So we have just opened the picker. This is the event. Next we have the close method to close the picker. We'll say close if this dot state dot is open means it is true. Then we'll update the value, this dot set state is open to false, so we can close it, and we'll emit the event, this dot event bus dot emit, we'll say picker close. Now let's have a toggle method to toggle between open and close. So we'll say toggle, and if this dot state dot is open, if it is open, let's call the close method, else we can call open method. It will be this dot open and this dot close. Next we have go to today. So we can directly go to the today's date. We'll say const today new date, and then we can say this dot set view, and view expect 2 parameter. So today dot get month, and today dot get full year. Then we will also emit the event, this dot we don't need the event, it just set view will emit the event that view has changed, and we'll call the this dot set selected date, because we are selecting a new date, so we'll say this is the date we selected. Next we have the clear method. This clear method, it will clear the selected date. So if we clear the selected date, calendar have no value selected and user can select any value. So we'll say set selected date to null, and we'll say this dot event bus dot emit an event date clear. Next we have the reset method. This reset method is helpful to reset our all the state for date picker. We'll say reset, and it expect initial state. So if we want to reset with some specific data, we can just pass that, and first we need the default state. Our default state is view month new date dot get month, and then we need view year new date dot get full year, and selected date, we'll set it null because this is our in the default value, and is open is false, and then we can override with all the initial values if we want to just override with these values. And then before we update our original state, let's just update the previous state. So we have the all the values for comparison state, and finally we'll say this dot state equals to default state, and then we can just emit an event. So event bus dot emit, we'll say state reset, and the data is here state dot this dot get state. Okay, so our state manager is ready. We just have to export it from here. So export default state manager, and our state manager is ready. We have our event bus ready. We have state manager ready. In next episode, we are going to do a small but powerful improvement. Right now, if you see, our event names are hard coded. We are going to create a new file where we will centralize all our events name to prevent the typo, and we will have the autocomplete as well. I see you in next. Let's create event.js file, events.js, and we'll create all the events here. So we'll say export const events, and here let's just see what are the events that we need. First we'll need our DatePicker lifecycle events. Then we will need date selection events. Next we need view events. And finally we need state events. So let us start with our DatePicker lifecycle events, and they are picker ready. So when our DatePicker is ready, we will use this one. Next we have picker open. Next is picker close. And the last life cycle is picker destroyed. Picker destroy, and it's picker destroy. Now date selection events. So for date selection we have date select. Next is date clear. Next we have our view events. So for the view we have view change. Then we have view rendered. So next we have view days render. When we render the days, we'll call this event. Next we have view shown. And we have one more for the view events. It's view hidden. Now our state events, we have state change. The last event is state reset. So these are all our events that we will use. And now we will create a function that can dynamically just generate a value for event when you pass a property name. So we'll say export function state event to pass a property name. When we will use, you will see why we are using this function here, or like why we are creating this function here. Return state property name, and we will export all the events in an array. So export all events object.values. Why we are doing this? Because this is helpful if we want to check if our events contains this particular event that we want to check. For debugging, we can check that. And we can add a default export to our all events. Okay, our events file is ready. Now let's update the values in our StateManager. So let's go to the StateManager. We can start with this value first. So let's replace it with, this is state change. We can say events dot state change, and let's import this value. So it is imported, but we need to add .js here. Now if we scroll here where we updated the value, let's check this value. It is state change. Next value is date select. So we can say events dot, what was that, date select. So we'll say events dot date select. Next we have view change. So we'll say events dot view change. Next is picker open. We can say events dot picker open. Next is picker close. So events dot picker close. We have date clear here. So let's update this one. Events dot date clear, and we have this reset here. We'll say events dot reset. Events dot reset, state reset. So we have replaced all these values here. Yeah, so this is fine. Now we have a single place where all the events are declared, and then we will use these events in our date picker. Our event.js is done. We have one file, all event names, 0 typos. This pattern works everywhere. API endpoints, action types, route names, anything that is a string you use in multiple places. In next episode, we build the DatePicker class. EventBus, StateManager and events constants all wired together. I see you in next episode. Our events bus handles communication, StateManager handles data, events constants prevent typo. Now we are going to create our DatePicker class that ties everything together. By the end of this episode, you will have a working date picker, but more importantly, you will see how the pieces connect. Now let's create our date picker. So we'll create the date picker file, and now we can start with our class date picker. The date picker, let's initialize the values, and here the constructor will take two parameters, input element and options. This input element, the input element where we will add the date picker, and options that user has options to pass. Now we will need to store values. So we'll say this dot input element. So we need to store the reference to the input element. So input element here, then we have the options. Next we will need EventBus and the StateManager. EventBus to trigger the event and StateManager for storing our DatePicker data. So we have the EventBus. We have imported EventBus here. We'll add the JS, and next we need this dot state, and it will be new instance of StateManager. And the StateManager takes the EventBus first parameter. So we'll say EventBus, and second it takes initial state, and we'll check this one, selected date. So if the options has the initial state, initial date, otherwise we will pass null. So this is our EventBus and StateManager. Next we need reference to our DatePicker. So we'll store this dot picker element equals to null. Initially it is null because we have not created our DatePicker yet. Second we need days container. This is days container which contains all the dates. It's null. And we need the title element. It's also null. Next we need event listener. So when we click on input, this input element, or we click on the DOM somewhere else to close the DatePicker, or we press escape key, we need all these event listeners. So we'll say this dot on input click, this on input click, and we'll bind this here. Next is on document click. And the last is the key down when we press the escape key. Now we will initialize the DatePicker here. So we'll say this dot create DOM. This DOM is not the HTML complete DOM. This is the DOM for our DatePicker. So we'll call the DatePicker create DOM first. So once we have the DatePicker, then we can set up the event listeners for this DatePicker. And then we can subscribe to state. So this dot and finally we will render it. This order matters because the first thing is we will create the DatePicker DOM, all the HTML, then we will add event listener to that DatePicker, and then we will subscribe to the state. So whenever the state change, we can have the event emits and we can listen to the events, and finally we will render the DatePicker. So this order matters. Now let's create our first create DOM method here. So we'll say create DOM, this dot picker element, and we'll create document dot create element, we are creating the div, and this dot picker element dot class name, we'll give it a class name black and white date picker. And now we can add the HTML for the date picker. So picker element dot inner HTML equals to, let me bring the HTML. It's simple as we did earlier. So it's a very basic HTML for our date picker. It has the header here. In the header we have buttons, previous month, previous year, next month, next year, and the title where we display the month and year. Then we have the weekdays, Sunday to Saturday. We have the days container. It will contain all the days, and in the end we have the footer to go to today's date or clear the date. Now we have the HTML ready. So this is our first reference, which is the picker element. We have two more, days container and title element. Now let's add this dot days container equals to this dot picker element dot query selector, and we can select using the class black and white date picker days. Now if you see here, we are not querying the DOM, the HTML page. We are just querying our picker element that we just created here. So this HTML only exists in our date picker, and we are querying this HTML to get this days, not the document.query selector. It's picker element.query selector. So we can easily select this one here, and there is no chance that it will not available in this picker element, because we just created here, and once we create, we will query it and select this picker days. Next we have title element. So this dot title element, this dot picker element dot query selector, and we can select using the class black and white date picker title, and this title class is this one. So we have selected these two. Now our date picker is ready. Our days container and title element has the reference to the elements. Now we can add this picker element to the DOM. So we'll say this dot input element dot parent node dot insert before, and we'll pass the node and the child. So this is the node that we want to add, and this is the child. So this dot input element dot next sibling. Now we can test it. So before that, we don't have all these methods. We can just remove them and remove these as well. And let's export the date picker class. So export default date picker. Now if we go to the HTML, I have a couple of lines of JS. They are okay, no need to, and these JS we will use them later. So for now we have two date picker. I have just imported the date picker JS file and created two instances, one for this input and second for this input, and I have given the ID. Now if we go here and click, nothing happens. Why? Because we did not added any event listener. But if we inspect it and if we check the HTML, okay, one thing here, it says a datepicker.js is not found. Okay, our spelling mistake, this file name is incorrect, datepicker.js. Now we have these two input elements. Let's check them. So this is the first one, and we added this date picker here. You see here we have added this date picker, and for the second one we can check this date picker is here. Now it is not being displayed on the DOM because by default it has a display none, and we did not added any event listener to make it visible, but we can see it here. If we remove it, you can see that we have two date pickers, but there is no days or no title, because here there is no day, we did not calculate or we did not update the title. Now let's add our second method, which is the setup event listener. So in here we'll say setup event listener Now the first event listener we will need is input event listener. Second, we will need the picker element, our date picker. Then we will need our DOM click. When we click on the DOM to close the date picker, we'll need document event listener, and finally we will need our escape key. So key down listener, we'll say key event listener. Let's add the first event listener, our input. So this dot input element dot add event listener, and this is the click event, and here we will just reference to the on input click. We have not declared or defined this function yet. We will do it. Let's just add all these event listeners first. Second is our picker element, which is our date picker. So picker element dot add event listener. This is click event. You take a callback with the event, and in here let's add our click event handler. So first I will write the code and then I will explain. Event dot target dot closest we will find using the data attribute. So it's data action, and if we find it we can say data set dot action. We read the value here, and if we find the action we'll say this dot handle action. This method we will write it later. Now just add the reference or just a dummy placeholder, and we will return from here. Next we will need our day click. So it will be day element e dot target dot closest, black and white, date picker day. It will be our day class for the day, and then we will check if we have day element. If we find it, then we go and read values. We will read value day from day element dot data set dot day, and we will convert into the number because we will need it as a number. So we'll use parse int. Then we need the month, parse int, not the float, int. We'll say day element dot data set, not the date set, it's data set. So data set dot month, and we need the year as well. So let's say year equals to parse int day element dot data set dot year, and then we will add a check here. If it is a number value day, then we will call one more method, select date. It will take 3 parameters, year, month and day. We had 2 more event listener, and then I will explain all this code and we will see it action in our page. So let's go to the DOM event listener, document dot add event listener. It is a click event, and when we click here we'll say this dot on document click, and next we have our key event listener. So we'll say document dot add event listener, it's key down, and it will be this dot on key down. Now let's go through the code and see what we have done. So this is our event listener. When we click on the input element, this one, it will handle this event. Next we have the picker element, and here I have written data action, this e.target.closest data action. Why is that? Let's check our picker element HTML. This is our picker element, and if you see here, we have these data attributes, data action for all the buttons. So previous month, previous year, next month, next year, today, or clear, they all have these attributes. So what we do, we read these values here and we read the action. Now whatever action is, it may be like today, clear, or next year, next month, year, previous month. So all these are our action. We'll read that and we will have a separate function which handles all these actions. So this is why we are selecting using the data attribute. Next we have the day element. So we will have the day element HTML, and similar to this data action, that day element will have data set, day, data month, data year, and we will read that. Right now it does not exist, but we will add it later. Next, the document event listener. It's simple. We click, we handle the document click, and same for the key down. Now let's add few more methods, because here we are trying to call this on input click, but it does not exist. So let's start with this one. So we add it here. We'll say on input click to take the argument event. First we do e dot stop propagation. So event does not go to the root element, it just stop there, and then we have the this dot. So when we click on this input element, what we want to open the date picker. So we update state. We say state dot toggle whatever state is there, because this can toggle. This input is toggle click. So if we click on it, date picker is already closed. We open it. If we click again, if it is open, we close it. So we are calling the toggle method from our state manager. Next we need on document click here. So let's define it here. On document click, take the event as a parameter, and here we check. Now when we click on the document, wherever we click, that particular event should not be inside that particular event target. Whatever we click, let's say I click on this text. If I click here, this target should not be inside date picker or input element. Then we close the date picker. So for that we add a check here. So this dot picker element dot contains event dot target. This event dot target is wherever we click on the DOM, that is our target, and we are adding a condition that that target should not be inside our picker element. Same we need to add for input element. So we'll say this dot input element dot contains e dot target. So our input element and picker element should not contain that target wherever we have clicked on the DOM. If this condition is true, we'll say this dot state dot close. We will call this close method, and it will close the date picker. Similarly, we will need a handler for the key down when we press the escape key. So we'll say on key down, you take the one argument, the event, and we'll check if e dot key equals to escape. If this condition is true, again we call this dot state dot close method, and it will close the date picker. So we handle this one, and we have handle on input click. Now this one, handle action. So wherever we click on our date picker, so we click on previous button, next button, it will handle this. This handle method will handle all these actions. So let's create that. Handle action, it takes one argument which is action, and here we will use the switch case. So this is the action, and the value could be previous year, and if it is a previous year, then we can say this dot state dot navigate, and navigate takes two parameters, month offset and year offset. This is a year click, so month is 0, and year it is previous, so we say -1. And if you remember, we have this method available in our state manager. If we check here, state manager, and here is our navigate method. So it takes these two values and it will call set view, and set view will calculate and update our state for view month, and it will emit the event that view has changed. So this is the whole process of events. Back to the date picker. Let's add the same thing for all the handlers. So let's put it to 3 times. This is previous year, it will be previous month, next month, we have the next year, we have here today, and one more, the clear. Now let's update the values. So for the previous month, it will be -1 and 0, because this is a month, so year is 0. Now the next one, it's 1 or 0, 1 and 0. For the next year, it's 0 and +1. So for today it will be different, because we don't call the navigate. We'll call this dot state dot go to today. This method we declare in our StateManager, and then we have the this dot state dot close. So we selected our today's date, then we close the date picker. Next we have the clear. So for the clear, we will call our clear method, this dot state dot clear, and we will update our input. So this dot update input. This update input does not exist as of now, but we will declare it later. So let's see, we can just comment it out and we should test it. So let's see, this does not exist, we can comment it out. This is fine, this is fine, and here okay, this is fine. Let's add these things here. Okay, now let's go to the date picker, click here. Okay, see the console. If there is any error, we say cannot read properties of reading bind 18, line number 18 here. On input click. Okay, we define the input click. Where is it? On input click. Let's see the name. On document click like this. Okay, now it is working. So the name was not correct, so now it is working. Okay, we should make it the click like this. Let's see, if I click here, okay, there is one more thing. Cannot read properties of undefined reading contain, line number 108. Let's see, 108, where is it? Okay, this is here on document click. Okay, there is a problem here. This click should be removed. Let's see. Okay, now there is no error. Let's see. We click on the input handler. It calls the input handler. It's called this StateManager, which is fine. Okay, till now it is fine, but we have not rendered our date picker, so we will not see it here, but we can find our date picker in here in the DOM. It is still there, but these functions are not working, because even if we click here, it will not update, because we don't have the render method which will render our DOM into the DOM, date picker into the DOM. So we'll come to that later. Now let's uncomment these things and continue so we can finish it. So let's go in here. We have done the handle action. Now the next is set up event listener. So we need to add the event listener. So let's do it here. Set up event listeners, and here are our listeners. First is this dot EventBus dot on. Now first event is view change. So when we click on the any month or year, it will change it. So we can say events dot view change. We want to call this method. So it will be this dot render. Render method does not exist. We will create it after this event listener method. Next we have this dot EventBus. We want to emit, not the emit, on. We want state event not the text, we want to call that method state event, and we will give it is open, and the callback will take the value, and in here we'll check if, not if, we'll check if the picker element dot style dot display equals to, if value is true, then we want to display it block, else it's none. Next we have event, which is the date select. So on events, not event target, events dot date select, and we will pass the data in our callback, and it will call the this dot update input. This method we will edit later, and the next will be this dot render. All these method, all this functionality, we will test it. First let's finish all of them. Next we have the clear date. So we'll say this dot EventBus dot on events dot date clear. We'll call this callback, this dot render. Now let's add our render method. So render, and in here it will need a few values from our state. So we'll say this dot state dot get state, and what we need view month, view year, and selected date. All these three we need, and we will need a month name to display on the date picker. So let me bring the month name. So I will just add it here, array of the month name. Now when we say I want to render the date picker, first thing we will our date picker is ready, but first we update this title here. So we'll say this dot title element dot text content, and it will be months, month name, and we will get it using the month, view month, not the month, view month. And then we display the year as well. So we'll say view year, and once that is done, we need to render these days here. So let's come in here, we'll call a new method, this dot render days. We are not adding all the rendering logic of the days inside our render method. We will create a separate. So it will take view month, view year, and selected date. Now let's create this method render days. It will take month, year, and selected date. So for the days we have done the calculation earlier, we will do it now again. It will be a little bit different, not the calculation, but the how we create the UI. So let's declare the variables. So we'll need today, new date, we'll need first day of the month. So new date dot year, month, and 1. So for the current month and this year, we can get the day, first day, which will be like 0 to 6, Sunday to Saturday. Then we need total days for the month. Let's say new date, year, month plus 1. We go to the next month, we add the 0, that we want to read the 0 date, but there is no 0 date in the next month, so it go back to the current month's last date, and we'll read the date. Then we'll need previous month days, so const previous month days. It will be new date, year, month, and 0. For the current month, if we try to read 0 date, there is no 0 date, so it will go to the previous month's last date, which will be the total days for the previous month. So we'll get date, and we'll need the HTML for all the days. So we'll define HTML variable here, initialize empty string. Now let's create calculate the previous month days. So we can say for that I equals to first day minus 1, I is greater than equals to 0, I minus minus, and here our day is previous month days minus I, and previous month equals to, if month equals to 0, then we say it's 11, else we'll say month minus 1 for the previous year. You can say if month equals to 0, we'll say year minus 1, else it's year. Now let's create the HTML, and HTML will be like this. So we have the div, we have the class name, it's black and white, date picker day, and it's a previous month, so we need one more class to highlight the previous month days. So black and white, date picker day, and it's other month. Next we need the data attribute, and now you will see why we added those data attribute. I will just explain. So first let's add it here. It's a day, data month, it's previous month, we have data year, it's previous year. And now we can add the value, which is the day, and close the div here. Okay, this is our HTML for the previous month, and this is the calculation. Now let's do the calculation for the current month. So we come in here, let's add the current month days, and for the current month it's very simple. We start for loop from day 1, and we'll say day is less than equals to total days, and day plus plus. Now the current month will have multiple classes, so I will just create a array for the classes, and default class we add DatePicker day. Now let's say the date, and it will be new date, year, month, and day. Now we need to check if it is today's date, we will add today's class, and if it is selected, we will add a selected date class, and if it is a weekend, we can add a weekend class, and then we will create our HTML for current month days. So let's add the check here. If this dot is same day, so we'll create this method to check what day is like if it is a both date are same or not. We'll create this method later. It takes date and today. We pass these two variables, and then we'll add the classes dot push. We add one more class, black and white, date picker day today. So this is for today, and if it is selected date, we will add one more check here. So this dot is same day, will pass date and selected date, and we should have the selected date. If it is not there, we don't have to check, and then we'll add one more class, this dot push, and DatePicker day selected. Next, we can add a class for the weekend as well. So let's add it there. So day of week date.getDay. So for every date, we can get the day of the week. If let's say if it is 15th, then we can say what day it is in the month. So it could be like if the 15th of the month date is Thursday, then it will return us 5 or the 4. So that's how we can get the day. Then we can check if day of week equals to 0, which is Sunday, or day of week equals to 6, which is Saturday. Then we can add one more class, classes.push. We'll add DatePicker day, and it is weekend. So add the weekend class. Now let's create the HTML. So HTML div and class equals to, we created the classes array, so classes dot join, and then we will add the data attribute, data dot day, it's day, then data dot month, it is month, and we need one more, data year. So we'll say data year equals to year. We close here, and then let's add the day as a value so we can display it, and then we close the div here. This HTML is also ready, and now let's check the next month days. I know it is taking time, but let's complete it and then we will test it. We need next month days. So total cells equals to 42, and current cells equals to first day minus first day plus total days. Then we have the next days equals to total cells minus current cells, and then for loop let I equals to 1, or we can say day equals to 1, both are fine. So day equals to 1, days less than equals to next days, and day plus plus. And here we need to add again the calculation for the next month, next year. So we'll say next month, we'll calculate month equals to 0, not the 0, if it is 11 then it's 0, else it's month plus 1. And next year it will be month equals to 11, then it's year plus 1, else it's year. Now let's add the HTML. So HTML will be the div, the class name, black and white, DatePicker day class, and we need one more class because it is other month. So black and white date picker day other month. Then we can add data attribute, data day, day is the day, and data month, and it will be next month, and we have one more, data year, and it's next year. let's add the day here and close the div. Okay, so all the days are calculated. Now we can finally add to the HTML, which is this dot days container dot inner HTML equals to HTML. Now we have defined, or like we have used few methods here. So now we can create them. Let's create the is same day. It takes two value, date 1 and date 2, and it returns a boolean. So it will check if date 1 dot get date equals to date 2 dot get date, and date 1 dot get month equals to date 2 dot get month, and we need to check year as well. So date 1 dot get year, get full year equals to date 2 dot get full year. It will return the boolean, and these conditions will work. Next we need select date. So if we scroll up, we can uncomment this one. This one, the select date, let's add this one now. So we'll say select date, and it takes three parameter, year, month and day. First let's get the date. So new date, year, month and day. Now we need to add a one check here. So we check here, like if month is not equals to this dot state dot get view month, and year is not equals to this dot state dot get view year. This is OR condition. So like if the month that we have in the select date is not equals to month in our state, or year is not selected, then we need to change the view, because this is a different month and year. So if we are selecting any date from previous month or the next month, we need to update the view. So this dot state dot set view, and we'll pass it month and year. So why? Because when we click on the previous month or next month date, which will be visible in our date picker, then we need to check if it is if it is not a current month or current year, then we update the view. Then we'll say this dot state dot selected date, and we'll pass the date here. Then we'll close the date picker. This dot state dot close. So we have selected the date, we have updated the view, and now we are closing the date picker. Okay, StateManager, it says does not exist. Okay, set selected date, not the, this is a selected date. Okay, now our selected date, select date is there. Next we need update input. So if we scroll up and we check here update input when we clear the date, so we need it, and here as well when we select the date. So let's add this one. So we'll say update input, and inside it first let's get the selected date. We can get it this dot state dot get selected date. Then we will check if we have the selected date. So if we have the selected date, then we need to update the input. So for the input we will need the month name, short month name. Let me bring those here. and then we can say this dot input element dot value equals to months, and we can say selected date dot get month. Then we display the date, so selected date dot get date, and then the year. So here is selected date dot get full year, and this is how we update the input value. So if we have a selected date, we will update the input value, and then if it is not the selected date, we can just clear the input value because there is no value selected. We can say this dot input element dot value equals to empty. So this method we are calling at two places. One is clear when we click on the clear, and second is when we select the date. So when we click the clear, there will be no date because we are clearing the state. This method, if we come here and check the clear method, the clear, it set selected date to null, right? And when the date is selected null, and then we go to the update input, it will try to read that value. It is null, then it will set value to empty string. Otherwise, it will update the input. So this is our update input. Now let's see what else is there if we have some other method here. So all these are fine, okay. All is good here, and in here we have the create DOM setup. We don't have the subscribe to state yet, right? So we can add that subscribe to state. Oh, I think we have done is subscribe to state is done. I think, yeah, it should be okay. It is not. What we have done, we done the setup event listener. Wait a minute. So let's go up here, setup event listener. Okay, listeners are there. Then what we have, okay, this name, see, this is two times we declare same method two times. It should be subscribe to state. My bad, let me just fix it. It should be subscribe to state. So subscribe to state is done, and our render method is also done. Here is our render method. Now let's give it a try if it is working. Click here. Okay, let's see any error. It says, okay, so line number 181. Oh, this is not a method. It should be the equals to sign here. Cannot read property of reading get date. Line number 243. Let's see. Date 2, date 1. Where is the same day used? If we scroll up, okay, if we see it here, and okay, it should be the first we should check if date is there or not, then we will call the method. So if we save it here, okay, now it is there. Now let's see if I click here. Okay, it's not working. So this is our input handler. If we open the input handler, where is it? Okay, here input handler, we click here, it calls the toggle method. Let's see the toggle method. Okay, if a state is open, we close. Okay, we need to call here open, not the close. Let's see. Yeah, it's working. You see, we click here, click outside, and if you see, we can select any date. It's working fine. We can change the month, and we can open the second date picker as well. It's working fine. We can select the date. Yeah, it's working fine. So two date picker are working just fine. So we have completed our date picker as well, and we have used our EventBus and StateManager. Our complete date picker is working fine. We can have multiple date picker on the same page, and in here we can have the second date picker, we can add third, fourth, we can add unlimited number of date picker. So it's working fine. So our date picker is working. Now we need to add some public APIs. Why? So this date picker, if the user wants to register some event or get selected date, so we need some public APIs method. So let's add public API. First is on, so user can register for a particular event. So we need event name and the callback. Then we will return from here this dot EventBus dot on. We pass the EventBus and callback. Next we need get selected date, and it will return this dot state dot get selected date. Next we need open to open the picker. So we'll say open. It will call this dot state dot open. We need close. So this dot state dot close, and we need destroy method as well. So we can destroy the date picker, and in here we'll say this dot input element dot remove event listener, and when we added our click event, now we want to remove it. So we'll say this dot on input click. Next is document dot remove event listener. Let's click event, and we can add the reference which is on document click. We need document dot remove event listener. It's key down, and we can say this dot on key down. Then let's create our event bus, because we have destroyed the date picker. In this function we will destroy it, so we can just remove all the event. So this dot event bus dot clear, it will clear all the event listeners, and we'll say this dot picker element dot remove. Now we are removing our picker element from the DOM. So if you see this one, this date picker, we will remove it completely from the DOM. So if it is destroyed, it does not exist there. So we remove it here, and then we can say this dot event bus dot emit. We can emit an event, and we'll say events dot picker destroyed. Where is it? Do we have the picker destroyed? Yeah, picker destroy here. Okay, let's see. This is our destroy method. Now if you see this public API, this is called facade pattern, because we are not exposing our internal functionality or any function. We are just returning a particular function. The internal, how it is working, this is inside our state bus, this is inside our state manager. So this is called facade pattern. That's working just fine, and that's it, I think. We now have V1, a complete date picker with proper architecture. EventBus handles communication, StateManager handles data, date picker handles DOM and user interaction. Each piece has one job. When something breaks, you know where to look. Next episode, we will compare V0 with V1 and see what we have gained with this architecture. I see you in next episode. We have same date picker, same features, but completely different code. Let's compare what we started with versus what we have now. This is what we have now, a complete different architecture, and this is our V0, where everything in just single file. So We separated everything in one file, and one file handles only one thing. StateManager handles state, EventBus handles events, and DatePicker connects all of them. In our V0, we could not handle two DatePicker because of global variables. But in V1, we can have 10 DatePicker, 20 DatePicker. They will all work independently because each instance will have its state isolated. We created a state manager. That is how we can handle multiple DatePickers. External integration. So if our app needs to know when a date is selected, in V0, we would need to open the select date and add if condition here. But in our V1, we subscribe to the state. So if the view change, we want this. If the state open, we want this. Date select, date clear. We can add these subscribers without touching our core code base. This is called open closed principle. Open for extension, closed for modification. Testability, you cannot test V0 date calculation. You cannot write the unit test for the date calculation. It is inside the single function render calendar, so you cannot write it. But in the V1, we have a pure logic. No DOM. So if we go to the state manager, this is our state manager. We have the event bus. This is our event bus. And it's working fine. Next is debugging. So if something breaks in our V0 app, we have to look everywhere. The render calendar, the select method, everywhere. But in V1, it is very clear. If the state data is not good, we go and check state manager. If event is not working, we check EventBus.js. So this is our module to complete. You now understand EventBus and State Manager. These patterns are used in every major framework. Next episode, we extract rendering into its own class. We'll create a CalendarView.js file. I see you in next episode. Every time you click, the date picker calendar re-renders everything. Header, weekday, all 42 days, footer, everything. If we just click a date, it renders the complete date picker. It's like repainting your entire house because you hung a picture. Today we fix that, and in this process we will make our code much cleaner. Look at our DatePicker.js file. It is doing the rendering here, subscribing to state. It is creating the complete DOM here. It is doing so many things. If we look at our EventBus and State Manager, they have one single responsibility. EventBus handles the event, State Manager handles the state. But who owns the presentation, the rendering? Right now, DatePicker is doing everything. Today, we fix this. We'll create a new file which handles only the rendering of DatePicker. Now, let's start our CalendarView file. In this render folder, all these files are from our previous core files. So let's create a new file in render, CalendarView.js. And first we'll create our class CalendarView, and our constructor, it will take 3 parameters: container, EventBus, and options. Now let's initialize the values. So first is container. This container, it will contain or hold our date picker. So it's container. Then we need EventBus for communication, and then we have options. Now we need to store the DOM reference. So we'll create a this.elements. And inside it we will have header, which is null, title, calendar, we have weekdays, days, and footer. These are our elements. Now let me explain what are all these elements. So if we open the DatePicker, in here, this part here, this is our header, and these are our weekdays. So we are dividing our calendar into small components. So these are the weekdays, these are our days, and this is our footer, and this is our title, and this complete is our calendar. So all these components are our elements, and we will store reference for each of them. And when we will create these things, we will not destroy them, we will just keep them until our date picker is on the screen. Now let's create our functions. So in the calendar view, before we create our calendar, the render method, we need to calculate the days data. So the day data, like if it is today date, or if it is selected, it is disabled, it is previous month, next month. So all that data we will calculate first, and then we will create our render method to render that data. So now let's start with our first method, generate month grid. Now it will create the month data in an array of object. So let's just define it. Year, month, it will take 3 parameters. Selected date. Now inside here we need a days array. This days array, it will be a total 42 days and 42 objects inside it. For each day there will be one object. Now let's create some variables. Today it's new date, we need first day, and it will be new date, year, month, and one, and we will get the day. The day again, it will be 0 to 6. Next we need total days, new date, year, month plus 1, and 0, and we will get the date. So we will get the total days for current month, and then we need previous month days, get the date. Now let's create the previous month calculation. So we'll say previous month equals to 0, then it's 11, else it's month minus 1, previous year, if month equals to 0, then it's year minus 1, else it's year. Now for the next month equals to 11, then it's 0, else month plus 1. Then we have next year. So if month equals to 11, it will be year plus 1. And else it will be year. Now let's create the previous month days. So previous month days, we'll start a for loop. Let I equals to first day minus I minus 1. We start with the minus 1, then I is greater than equals to 0, I minus minus, and in here we'll say day equals to previous month days minus I, and we'll say the date, new date, previous year, previous month, and day. Now in our days array we will push this object. First we will push the day, what day it is, like 1 2 3 4 2 31, what day it is. Then month, it will be previous month. So we are pushing the previous month data, it's previous month. And for year, will previous year. And the date, what date it is, the actual date, the complete date. Then we have is current month. So all the calculation we are doing it here. So it is a current month, no, it's false. Then we check it is today. For that we need to call a method. We'll call is same day. We'll create this method later, but for now let's add it here, today. And next we have is selected, and again we will just call this method, this dot is same day, and we will give it date and selected date. Next we have is weekend. We'll say this dot is weekend. We call it, we will create this method later. Now let's say is disabled, it is false. So you see all these calculation we are doing for each day. So when we use it, we don't have to calculate, we will just read the value and create our day element. So this is our previous day. Now let's create the next day here, the current month, then the next month. So current month days, for let day equals to 1, day less than equals to total days minus total days, then day plus plus. And here let's get the date. Date is new date. We'll say year, month, and day. And now let's, in our days array, we will push the new object for the current month, and we'll say this is the day, this is the month, this is year, this is date, is current month. Yeah, it is true. Then we say is today, no, we are not sure, so we'll calculate it. Is same day, we'll pass it date and today. Then we say is selected, we have to check, so this dot is same day, we will pass the date and selected date. Next we have is weekend, we have to check is weekend, and we'll pass the date. The last is disabled, no, it is not disabled. So this is data for our current month. Now let's calculate data for next month. Now for the next month days, so for that we need few variables. So how many cells we have? Total cells we have 42. And how many remaining cells we have? Total cells minus days dot length. So how many days we have already pushed into our days array. So those are the days. Now we have the remaining cells. Let's add the for loop for the next month. So let day equals to 1, day is less than equals to remaining cells, and day plus plus. So it's our for loop. First we get the date. We'll say new date. We'll pass next year, next month, and day. Now let's push the data in our days array. So days dot push, and here is the object is day, month equals to next month, year equals to next year. This is our date, and then we have is current month. No, it is not a current month, so it's a false. We say is it today. We have to check. Let's say this dot is same day. We will pass it date and selected date. Next, let's check is it selected. We'll call it again is same day, and we will give it. So for the today we don't give the selected date, we give date and today. For selected we give it date and selected date. Next we have is weekend. We'll call it this dot is weekend. We give it date, and the last we have is disabled, and this is not disabled. So now our days array is ready. We can just return it from this function. We'll say return days. So days are ready. Now the data for our days is ready. Now let's create our render method. So we'll create our render method. It takes the state. So whatever current state our DatePicker is holding, we will pass to the render method, and then based on the state it will render the DatePicker. First it will need some values. So let's get it from state. The values are view month, view year, selected date, and is open. Now let's create the context where we so we can use this context to generating our HTML values. Like when we create the weekdays HTML or we create our days HTML, we will read this context from here. Let's create a variable, simple variable. We'll say render context month equals to view month, year equals to view year, and month name equals to this dot get month name, and we will pass it view month. Now this function does not exist. We will create this function. For now let's just add it here. Then we have selected date and is open, and our days array. For the days array we can call the generate month grid, and we can pass view year, view month, and selected date. Okay, our render context is ready. Now let's create the HTML for the header, weekend, days, or footer. So first is our header HTML. For this we'll say this dot will have a different method for the header, but for now let's just add it here, render header, and it will take two parameters, render context dot month name and render context dot year. This is our header. Next we have weekdays HTML. So weekdays HTML, and for this one we will have a different method. We'll call this dot underscore render weekdays, and it will take no parameter. Then we will have our days HTML, all the days, and this will be the render context dot days. This days is our array. Now for this array we will use the map method, and we'll take each day, and then we'll say this dot underscore render day. Now to render each day we will have a different method. We are not just doing it here. We will have a separate method render day, and then when we get all the data we'll join all of them here. So this is our days HTML. Now we need the footer. Footer HTML, let's create it. So this is this dot underscore render footer, and we will pass it a boolean selected date. So whatever it is, like if there is any selected date, true or false, we will send it to render footer. Now let's create our complete HTML. We'll say HTML equals to, inside it we need the header, because the header comes first, then we have the weekdays, then we have days HTML, and finally the footer. So let's add here header HTML. Then we need a HTML, so let's write it here. It's black and white, DatePicker, calendar, and inside it we have div, class, black and white, DatePicker, weekdays, and then we can render here weekdays HTML. So weekdays HTML, and we close this div here. Okay, this thing should come here, and then we have the days HTML. So for that we need a div with the class. We'll say black and white, DatePicker, days, and then we'll render the days HTML. So let's say days HTML, and we close our div here, and one more div, and finally we'll add the footer HTML. So footer HTML. So this is our complete HTML. Now let's add this HTML into our this. We have defined a variable, the container. Now we will add it into the container. Let's come here, and we can say this dot container dot inner HTML, and it will be our HTML that we just created. Then we have all these initialized elements. They are still null. We need to initialize them because now we have the DatePicker. So we'll say this dot cache elements. So we'll put all the elements from this HTML. We will query our container and update our elements. We will create this method cache elements for the reference, and then we can update the visibility of our container, so we can see the DatePicker on the page. So we'll say date container dot style dot display, and if it is open, then we can say it's block, else it's none. And finally we can emit an event, because now our DatePicker is rendered. We will say EventBus dot emit. Let's go up in here. Okay, this is our EventBus. Yeah, we'll say emit, and we will emit the events dot view rendered, and we'll pass the data state equals to render context. So this is our render method. Now inside the render method we have created these methods. So let's start with the get month name, and it's very simple. We'll create get month name. It takes the month as a parameter, and then we need all the month names in an array. Then we can just simply return months of month. That's it. That is our month name. Next we have, let's see what we have. Okay, we have these things here is same day. So let's create this one here is same day. It takes two dates, date 1 and date 2. Then it will just compare it and return the boolean. So first we will check if there is no date 1 or there is no date 2. If we don't have date 1 or date 2, then we cannot compare it. We will return false. But if we have the date, what we can return? We can just check. So we'll say date 1 dot get date equals to date 2 dot get date, and we'll add date 1 dot get month equals to date 2 dot get month, and we have one more check for the year. So we'll say date 1 dot get full year, date 2 dot get full year, and this is our same day method. Next, let's check what we have. We have is weekend. So let's create the is weekend. It takes one date, and here we will say the day. First we need to get the day for that particular date 0 to 6. So we'll get the day first, and then we will return if it is weekend or not. We'll say if day equals to 0 or day equals to 6. So it will return true or false. So this is done. This is also done. Next, what we have? Let's see. This we already done. Now let's create the render header. Render header, and it takes month name and year. Now this is very simple. Let me just copy and paste. It's a very simple HTML, nothing new. So we get the month name and year, and inside this HTML we just edit here. That's it. That is our render header. And if you can see again, we have all these actions here. For each button we have defined the action that we will use later. Next, let's just define our, let's see what is next. Render weekdays. So let's come in here. We can define render weekdays, and in here we will need weekday names in an array. So let me just bring that array here, this array of weekday name in sort, and then we will return weekdays dot map name of the week or day, and then we'll return div class black and white DatePicker. It's a weekday. Let's close here, and then the name. Then we will close the div, and then we'll join all of them with empty space, and we'll send them back. So this is our render weekdays. Next, what we have? Next we have render day. So let's create the render day. Something is missing. Let's see. It's end here. It's end here. Here. fine. Yeah, okay. Now let's create the render day. Render day, it takes day data, all the data that we have for a particular day, and then let's create a array for the classes, because the day will have many classes, like if is it selected, or it is today date, is it weekend day, it is disabled, it is other month, all those classes. So we need the classes array, and by default we will add black and white DatePicker day. Now you will see how easy it is. So we don't have to calculate anything, we just say if it is not day data dot is current month. If it is not current month, what we do, we add a class. What class we add? We say post, and the class name is black and white DatePicker day, it's other month, so we push this new class. Next we check if day data dot is today. If it is not today, so we added the exclamation, which is the not. So if it is not today, we'll say classes dot push, and we push a new class, it's black and white DatePicker, it's a today, so we have to remove that. So if it is today's day, if it is today, then we'll add this class day today. Next we check if day data dot is selected. If it is selected, then we push a new class, classes dot push, and we'll push black and white DatePicker day selected. Next we have day data dot is weekend, then we'll pass classes dot push, we'll pass black and white DatePicker day weekend. Next we have day data dot is disabled, we'll pass a new class, classes dot push black and white DatePicker day disabled. Now we have all the classes ready. We can create our HTML and then return it. So we'll say return, and let me just copy. It's very simple, it's HTML. So what are we doing here? We create a class from all the classes, we join all of them, then we say data day attribute, month and year attribute, we add all these three data here, so we can read it when we click on this particular day, and then the day that we will display on the DatePicker, and we just return it. So this is our render day method. Next we have, let's see what we have inside render. We have render days is done. Next is render footer. So let's add the render footer now. Render footer, and it has selection. So if any date is selected or not, and it's simple. Let's just copy the HTML. So if it is selected, we return this one. We will add this disabled class on the clear. So if date is not selected, we don't need the button enabled because there is nothing to clear. So we add the disabled class here. And again you can see the footer has these attributes, data action, today and the clear. So this is our render footer. Now we need a couple of more methods, and then we will integrate all these methods into our DatePicker.js file. So next we have the render. So render we have already done. Next we have render days and update selection. Now these two will be very important when we will integrate and we'll see the actual in our DatePicker. So for that, let's say render days, it will render the complete days for DatePicker, and it will take state. First it needs all the values from state, and what value it need? View month, view year, and selected date. View month, view year, and selected date. Now let's add a one condition here. If this dot elements dot days, if there is no day, there is no reference in our elements, and right now we don't have anything to we don't have any cached days, it means it was never render. So first we will call render method. The render days comes into play when we are rendering only days. So if it is not already render, we will say return this dot render, and we will render the complete calendar. So first we need the calendar rendered on the page. If we have that, only then we will use this render days method. Now before that we need a one more method that we need to add. So let's add that in here, that is cached. So we add one more method here, cached elements, and this one it will update all the reference to our elements object. So this dot elements, and first we have header, and header will be this dot container dot query selector, and we will select using the class name black and white DatePicker header. Next we have title, this dot container dot query selector, the class name is black and white DatePicker title. Next we have calendar, this dot container dot query selector, and class is black and white DatePicker calendar. Next we have weekdays, this dot container dot query selector black and white DatePicker weekdays. Next we have days, it's this dot container dot query selector, the class is black and white DatePicker days. The last we have footer, so footer, this dot container dot query selector, black and white DatePicker footer. So now if we check, we are calling it here. So when we create our complete HTML and we add inside our container, then we call this method to get all the reference for each element. Now in here days element, first we need to check this, because if we don't have the days element, it means we never call the render method. So first we need the calendar render, then we will use the render days. Now let's get back to the days method, the render days. So we added this check here. Now we can continue. We'll say days, and it will get the days data. So this dot generate month grid. Here is the view year, view month, and selected date. So see how easy it is. We have created the data once, we can just call it and it will give us all the data for a complete month. So we got the data. Now let's do days HTML. So days dot map day, and then we'll say this dot render day. We already created the render day method. We'll give it day, and then we'll join the array back. Then we'll say this dot elements dot days, and we'll say inner HTML equals to days HTML. Now you see how easy it is. We have the reference to the days, and we can just update the HTML, and it will update that days HTML. That's it. Now we can update the title as well. So if we have this dot elements dot title, then we can say this dot elements dot title dot text content, and it will be this dot get month name. We'll give it view month, and we can display view year. So this is our title. Next we have the final piece, which is emitting an event. So we have rendered the days. We can inform all the listeners that days are rendered. So we'll say this dot EventBus dot emit, and we can say events dot view days rendered. So we have rendered all the days, and here is the data. Month equals to view month. So for this view, for this month and year, we have rendered the days. Year, view year. This is our render days. Now we need one more method, which is update selection. So when we click on a particular date, we add a class. For that we need a method that can handle it very precisely, and when we will integrate and test it, then I will explain you how precisely it will update a particular date. So this method is very important. So let us write it here. Update selection. It takes selected date and previous month. This take previous date. So selected date and the previous date. This is what it takes. First we need to check if this dot elements dot days, if we have the days, then we can go and update, otherwise we cannot do it. So we just return early. Next, so when we click on a date, let's say the 9 is already selected, and now I want to select 24. So first I need to remove that class from this date. So for that, let's just say if I have the previous date, then let's find the previous element first. So previous element, this dot find day element. Now we will create this method in just few minutes. For now, let's just add it here. We will find the previous day element, and we'll check if we find the previous element. We'll say previous element dot class list dot remove, and we'll remove this class black and white. DatePicker day selected. So previous date should be removed. We will remove this class. Now we have the new selected date, and for this, let's say we find the new element. This is the new element where we add the class. So we'll say this dot find element, and we give it selected date. And if we find the new element, we'll say new element dot class list dot add, and we add a new class, black and white, DatePicker day selected. Now we need the clear button. So clear button, we'll say this dot container dot query selector, we'll say data action equals to clear. It should be a single quote. So this is our selection, and if we find the clear button, we can say clear button dot disabled equals to not selection. So it will just remove the disabled date, it will set it to false, and this is our update selection method. Now let's create this find day element. So we'll say find day element, it takes the date, and if there is no days inside our elements object or there is no date, then we will just return null. But if we have it, then we need to find that element. So we'll say this dot elements dot days. Now we just have to search inside our days, not the calendar, the days. Then query selector, and here is your selector. It will be data day and its value date dot get month, get date, this is our date, and then next we have data month and its value will be date dot get month, and next we have year. Let's add data year and its value is date dot get full year, and this is it. This is our selector. This will select the date. Now we need two more methods, and then we will start integrating the calendar view into our date picker. We will start cleaning up and integrating this calendar view. So now let's add two more methods. Set visibility. It will take one parameter is open, and this dot container dot style dot display equals to, if it is open, then we'll say block, else we can say none. Then we check if it is open, then we can emit the event. This dot EventBus dot emit will say events dot view shown. So view has been shown, else will say this dot EventBus dot emit, and will say events dot view hidden. And the last we need a destroy method. First we'll say this dot container dot inner HTML equals to empty because we are removing the date picker. And then we'll say this dot elements. So if we remove the date picker, there is no element, so we set it to empty object. And then this dot, okay, we don't need this extra field, so these two are enough. And this is our calendar view file. Now we need to export it, so let's just export it here. Export default calendar view. Now let's see, yeah, everything fine. We can add .js here. Now our calendar view is ready. Now let's update our date picker. So we go to the date picker from the top. Let's start here. This is we need, and in here, see the picker element. We will this one we will move here, and we will remove the create DOM, because create DOM the date picker will not handle it. Our calendar view will create the DOM and update the UI on the page. So first we start here. We can just move this line here, and the class name, we also need the class name. We just put it here. We don't need these two things because we have in our calendar view, so we can remove it here. And this line here we can just take it and move it here. So this is a one change. So it was just a very simple moving few things up here. So picker element is ready, and then we need to have our view. So this dot view, it will be new calendar view. So now we are creating an instance of our calendar view, and this calendar view takes the container. So we'll say this dot picker element, this is our container, and then the EventBus, this dot EventBus, and the options. So this is our instance of calendar view. Now the complete view will be handled by calendar view. Next we need update in the initialization. We don't need the create DOM, so we remove the create DOM method here. We will need the listener and the subscribe. We don't need the render. We can remove it from here, and we will remove it from one other place. So I'll say this one, we don't need it here. We can just remove it. So we update this. Now let's go to the event listener. Now before you go to the event listener, we have the set of events, subscribe. Now we have to have the initial render, because we just created the view but we did not initialize it. So let's initialize it. This dot view dot render, and it takes the state. So we'll say this dot state. Now this state is coming from our state manager. So we'll see it here. This state is coming from state manager. This dot state manager dot get state. So this is our view rendered using the calendar view. Now let's go to the setup event listener. If we need any update, let's see. This is fine. Okay, there is no change needed in this one. Let's go to the other listeners. These are fine. This is also fine. Key down is fine. Handle action is also fine. Next we have subscribe to state. Let's say this one. So in here we say EventBus dot on events view. Now we don't have the render method because we have removed it, because the render will be handled by our view, the calendar view. So they have the view dot view here, and we'll say render days. Not this one, we need render days, and then say this dot state dot get state. So when the view changes, we just change the we just render the days. We don't recreate the complete calendar. View change, if I click on the next month or previous month, year, it will just render the days. We don't have to recalculate complete calendar. So we'll say render days. Next we have the visibility. We say is open, value is here. Now we can call our method from our view. We'll say view dot set visibility, and we set the value here. We just pass the value. So visibility is handled. Next we have the date select, and this update input, it no longer used from here. We can just remove it from here, and we can call our view dot update selection, because when we select the date, we will update the date selection. It will take the date and previous date. So here we will have the date and previous date. We'll pass the previous date here, and this render, it should not be here, but We need the update method back because that updates the input. We can keep it here. Next we have the clear, and we are calling the render. We can remove the render and we can call view dot update selection, and it will take null because there is no date selected when we clear the date, and we can get the the update selection, it takes selected date and previous date. So there is no selected date when we click on the clear button, but we have the previous date already stored in our state, so we can fetch it from there. State dot get selected date. So subscribe to state method is updated. Now let's go to the select date. So select date is fine. Next we have our update input. Let's see, it is fine, no change needed. Then we have some public API which is fine. Now let's see if we have to remove some methods or we can keep it. So is same day? No, we don't need it here. We can just remove. And we have the render days here. No, we are not doing any render days. So let's see. No, we are not calling it. We are just removing all the unnecessary methods here because we have moved to our calendar view. This is fine, we updated. Handle is fine. These events are fine. Yeah, now it looks all good. Now let's see if it is working or if there is any error. So we click here. Yeah, it's working. Day, month, everything is changing. So it's working fine. Okay, now let's inspect this DatePicker. I will make it a little bit bigger. Okay, this is our previous one. Now let's open this render calendar. Before that, I will show you what is here. So I have this DatePicker here for both the DatePicker, and I just initiated this one. This is just for other things which is not related to DatePicker. Now let's open this DatePicker in our browser. This is our V2 version. Now I will open it here, and I want to show you something that I told earlier. So let's open the DatePicker, the days here. Okay. Now I will go back to our previous. The V1 separated this one, the core, and in here I will show you something. So let's open the DatePicker here, the days, the calendar, and in here. Now if I open it and if I select any date, you will see all the dates will be rendered. When they render, they will blink. So just keep notice here. Click, you see all the divs were re-rendered. Let me do it again. See, all the values were re-rendered. Now if I go to our current version, which is render v2, so if I open the DatePicker, you see here this one, this is your day one, right? And if I click here, you will not notice any other div is blinking. It only one date will be changed. See, notice here, you will see it blink, this will not. If I click here, you see only this was changed. Now if I open it again, and if I check here, you will see, okay, both are selected. Let's see what is wrong. Date select handler reference is selected, is not defined. EventBus, okay, EventBus date select. Let's check where it is. Okay, calendar view. Where is it? Is it somewhere? Date select, no, this is fine. DatePicker is fine. StateManager is fine. Okay, it is passing from somewhere else. CalendarView dot update selection. Okay, 286. CalendarView 286. In here, it says update selection. Let's go in here. Where is it? Okay, it's pointing here. So this error, it is coming from our StateManager. So what is happening that when we click on the date, so If we go here, date picker, when we click on the date select, we are expecting the previous date, right? But in our state manager, when we select the date, when we have made this event, we are not passing the previous date. So for that, we need to update it. So previous date, this dot state dot selected date. First we take the previous date and then we update the selected date, and then we will pass this previous date to this as a data. Now let's see. We come in here, refresh the page, click here, select the date. Okay, date select. Okay, we have one more error. It says it's selected is not defined. CalendarView.update selection. So if we go to this method, is selected. Let's see here, 286. Yeah, this one. Okay, this is not defined. We have the selected date, not is selected. We update it here. Let's see. Now update the date. Okay, update date. Okay, yeah, it's working. Now let's see that change again. So if I select day 3, only day 3 was changed. Now if I select day 4, you will see these two div will blink. Only these two will be rendered. It means they will blink. If I click here, you see it and this. So we have this date selected class here. If I click on the 3, this class will be removed and this class will be added here. Let's try it again one more time. See, only these two are rendered. But if we see in our previous version, you will see that if I open here, date picker, calendar, days. Now if I select any date, you will see all the date will blink because they are re-rendered. Click here, you see. Let me click here. See, everything is re-rendered. So this one, this update selection is very efficient updating the DOM. It just select what date it needs to update, and then it only update that particular date for the previous and the selected date. This is what I meant when I told you that this is very important. And it is very important because we are not re-rendering the complete whole calendar, because rendering and selection of the DOM elements and other things, like whatever we do with the DOM elements, that is very expensive. So we are just doing very efficiently here, previous date and the selected date. So this is our calendar view is done now. So we have separated view from our date picker. Now we have our CalendarView.js file. It handles the rendering. But we still have HTML hard coded. What if you want to customize how a day cell looks? You want to show emoji, you want to add a badge. Right now we don't have that capability or feature to do that. In next episode, we'll create SlotManager, a customizable template slots without touching our core code. I see you in next episode. In our V2 version, if we want to display a emoji instead of certain dates, we would have to modify our render day method. We would have to add some logic here, but that is not how we should do it. Today we fixed it with the slots. Slots are named template functions that will give us ability to change how a day look like. So today we will create a slot manager that can handle and give us ability to change how a day looks without touching the core code. Now let's create the slot manager file. So inside our slots, all these files are from the render. Now we'll create one more file, slot manager .js. So let's create our class slot manager, and inside it we have our constructor. And now let's define the slots. So this dot slots equals to an object. Now we will need slots for day, weekday, header, footer, calendar and container. So first we need the day. Second, we need weekday. And we need header. Next, we need footer. Calendar. And the last is container. Now let's create the day slot. So the day will receive the day data. And in here, let's define the classes. So like this we have already defined, we can just copy and paste here. It's just a simple day render. So either we can write it every single line again, or we can just go to the view here, and in that we can find this is our day render. So we need all these things here. We can just copy from here and come in here and put it here. So this is what we need, and we can add some area labels. So let's say we can add it here. After the year, we can add role. So role of this div is grid cell. Now this is for the accessibility. We can add it. So let's add it here. Area selected equals to, and here we will add a condition. So the data dot is selected. If it is selected, that is a one class. And the second we need the data dot is disabled. Then we add area disabled equals to true. We need to add the single quote, not the double quote. So single quote here, single quote here, and let's save it. Okay, this is it. This is our day slot. Next we have the weekend slot. So for the weekend, let's see what we can have here. The weekend will receive the day name and index. It's very simple, we can write it here. So we'll say is weekend index equals to 0 or index equals to 6, Sunday or Saturday. Then we can return here the HTML. We'll say div class black and white date picker, it's weekday, and then we can add is weekend. Then we add one more class black and white date picker weekday weekend, and then we can add role of this div is column header. We can close it here. Then we'll say day name, and finally we can close the div. This is our weekday. Next is header. Let's see what we have in the header. Header will receive the data, and the HTML is very simple. So let's go in here where we have the header. We just copy the header and add here, and we can update the value here. So day data dot month name and day data dot year. So this is our header. Next we have footer. So let's see what we have in footer. We open the calendar view. Where is the footer? Okay, there it is. We copy it, and in the footer will receive the data, and then we'll say data dot has selection, and then we add disable class or we remove it. Next we have the calendar. So let's come to the calendar. Calendar will get data, and in here let's add the code. So weekdays HTML. For the calendar we need the weekday HTML, and then we will add weekdays HTML and days HTML together. So let's write it. Data dot weekdays dot map name and index. We say data dot weekday slot. Now this thing will make sense when we integrate with the calendar view. So for now let's just keep it here. We can call this weekday slot. We have never written this weekday slot, but we will write it. But for now let's add it here. Name and index. Then we can join it. Okay, this is our weekdays HTML. Next we need days HTML. So we'll say days HTML equals to data dot days dot map day. We'll say day dot day slot day, and then we will join all these. Now let's create our return HTML. We'll say return, and I think we can just let's go to our calendar. If we have here, let's see if we have the calendar HTML. Not here. Let's scroll up. Render. Yeah, we have it here. So we have calendar, weekdays, HTML, days HTML. This is all we need. We don't need footer for now. We just copy this thing here. Not the header, just the weekday and the days HTML. SlotManager, we just update here. Okay, we need this thing. We add it here. Now we can add, as we added. Okay, we can leave for now. We don't need the area accessibility. That is okay. Now we can say this is day HTML. The days HTML. So all the days together. We have the calendar ready here. Next we have the container. So for container it's very straightforward. So data and just return data dot header, data dot calendar, and data dot footer. So right now, if it is not making any sense to you, that is okay. We just complete the slot manager, then we will integrate in our calendar view, then we will test in our browser, and then you will see why it is making sense. So let's go next. We need few methods. First is get method. So let's come in here. We'll say get name, and it will return the name of the slot. So this dot, not the name, the actual value. So if I say day, it will return me the day function. So I will get the day slot, else I will return null. Next we need the set. So we need the name and renderer. Now this set is for setting a new slot, or we can override the existing slots. So for this, first we need to check type of renderer should be a function. If it is not function, Then we'll throw an error, throw new error, and we'll say slot renderer must be a function. Got type of whatever type we have the render, it will throw that error. Else it will say this dot slots dot of name. It will create a new slot and it will add it there, or it will replace the existing slot. So this is your slot, the set method to set a new slot. Next we need set multiple. So if we want to set multiple slots altogether, we can call this method. We'll say set multiple, we'll pass the multiple slots, and then we'll say it should be object because it need the key. Key is the name and render is a function, so that will be value. So we'll say object dot entries for slots. Then we'll go for each name and renderer. It will be this dot slot, this dot set, not the sort, this dot set. We will call the set method and we'll give it a name and a renderer. So it will set all the slots, the multiple slots. Next we need a has. So if we want to check if any slot exists or not, we can call this method. We'll say return name in this dot slots. Next let's get all the name of slots. So we'll say get slot names and it will return object dot keys of this dot slots. And next we need a render method, so that we can use to render a slot with some data. So we'll say render it will need 3 parameters: name, data, and some extra, anything we want to send. We'll say slot equals to this dot get name. First we need to check if this exists or not. If it does not exist, then we'll say console.warn this does not exist, because we are trying to render a slot with data. If the slot does not exist, we cannot render it. So we'll say unknown slot, and we can add here name, whatever name was passed, so unknown slot and the name of the slot. Then we return from here. Otherwise we can say return slot data and we can say extra here. So we got the slot here, and then once we have the slot, we will give it data and the extra, and it will just work. So now we can just export from here. So we'll say export default slot manager. Okay, now our slot manager is ready. Now let's open the calendar view and we'll integrate our slot manager here. So after all these 3 variables, the initial values, we'll say this dot slot. We will define one more. We need the slot now. So we'll say this dot slot new slot manager, and the slot manager expect no parameter. Then we'll say if we have options, this dot options dot slot, if we have any slots that user has passed, then we'll say this dot slots, this is slots, we'll call the slots dot multiple, set multiple, and we can pass all the slots. So this dot options dot slots. Next, let's go to our render method. So in our render method, we have header HTML, weekday, the weekday HTML, days HTML, or calendar HTML. We don't have calendar, we have the footer and the HTML, the complete HTML. So what we can do is we can update the header HTML, because if you look at our SlotManager, let's see, we have the day, weekday, we have the header right here, right? So in our calendar, we don't have to call this method, we can directly call our slot, and slot will render the header. So what we can do here, we'll say this dot slots dot render, and we'll say render header, and we'll pass the data. The data is month, which is render context dot month. We have the year, we'll say render context dot year, and month name, we have render context dot month name. So this is our header HTML, and then we need the calendar. We don't need the weekday HTML or days HTML. This is inside our SlotManager. So what we will do, we will remove these two things, and we will call the calendar, and inside that we will use a method that we have here. So let me just come in here. If you see here, we have this weekday slot and day slot. These two things we will use in here. So we'll remove these two things, weekday and the day. We'll remove it here. Let's add calendar HTML, and we'll say this dot slots dot render. We want to render calendar, and then we give data. For the data we need weekdays, so we'll say render context dot weekdays. Do we have weekdays in render? No, we don't have the weekdays in our render context, so we need to go to the weekdays, and we'll define it here. We'll say weekdays, this dot get weekday names. So we will define this method, but for now let's complete this one, then we'll come back to this one. So we'll say weekdays. Next we have days. We'll say render context dot days. Then we have week day slot, and we'll give it name and index. So this dot slots, and we'll call the render method on it. We want to render weekday, name and index. Next we have the day slot. It's a function day, this dot slot dot render. We want to render day, and is the day value. Now let's create this get weekday. Let's fix this name. It is get weekday names, and we will define it right here. And it's very simple, just return the weekdays. So let me just bring the array of the weekdays, we put it here. So we have our weekdays now. Let's check what is next. So calendar HTML is ready. Now footer is also ready, but we need to remove this one, And let's see what we can use from the slots. So we'll say slots dot render, and we want to render footer, so we'll call the page weight footer, and then we'll say what data it need has selection, and we'll give it render context dot selected date, so it will become whatever value is true or false, the boolean. We have the footer HTML. Next we have the container HTML. Let's go, and now we don't need this one, we can just remove it, and we'll create a new container HTML, and this will be this dot slots dot render container, and the data it needs is header, which is header HTML, need calendar HTML, and footer, which is footer HTML. Now we can update this inner HTML with container HTML, and these things are fine. Now let's see what is next. So if we go to the here, there is no change needed, they are very simple method. We will remove them because we don't need few of them, like header we don't need, weekdays we don't need, we'll remove them. Let's check first other things. So if we go to the render days, in render days this is fine. In here we say days HTML, and we say render days, we can remove it, and let's just fix this one. So here we'll say this dot slots dot render, we want to render day, here is your day data, and we'll just join. So yeah, this is fine, days HTML, and this is also fine. Okay, next we have update selection. Let's see what we need here. Okay, now the update selection, when we click on the previous date, we are just updating the class. Now what we need is, we need here two things. First we need to get the HTML. So let's say if I want to render a different HTML for this particular date, I should have option here. If I don't have it, it will just remove the class, it will not update the HTML. So first we need a method that will generate data for a single day. So let's come in here, it is selected date. Now let's see what, like here we need two things. First we are removing the class, which is fine. Now we need to get the HTML for this particular date, and we will update that HTML for this particular element. So we are removing the class. Now let's get the data. So we need a particular day data, but if you see here we have this function generate month grid, it generates all the month data, not a single day. So we need a single day data. We'll say this dot create day data, we'll create a new method, and it will give it previous date and false. Why? I will just tell you. And then we need the new HTML, and new HTML will come from slots. So we'll say this dot slots dot render day. So we want to render the day, and whatever this slot returns the HTML, we will update the HTML for this element. So we'll say day data, and in here we can say previous element dot inner HTML outer HTML equals to new HTML. Now same thing we have to follow for the selected date. So we can just take it here and put it Here instead of previous date we can say selected date. Now let's create this method, create day data, this one. So above this one, find day, will create this one. It will take two parameters, date and is selected. So that is why I have passed here false, and here we need to update, we need the true. So in here let's get the data ready. So first we need today, new date, view month equals to this dot okay. If we look at our calendar view, we have the data dot day slot. SlotManager, this is not on the day, it is on data dot day slot. So let's see in here. If I click here, calendar, it's working fine. Okay, we got a new error, it says day select handle, previous element is not defined. Okay, let's see, update selection method, calendar view, it says previous element is not defined. Where is it? 245. Oh, this is not a previous element, this is a new element. We need to update it here. Let's see now. So this is our DatePicker. Yeah, it can select the date. So if we go to the custom emoji, click here. Do we have anything working here? No, it's not working. I think something is wrong here. So this is our SlotManager. Okay, this is our SlotManager. Let's see what is wrong. So our emojis are not working. We are giving the emoji here for the today, and for selected we give a checkbox, not working. Let's see. So what is happening? So in here we are passing the slots and we want to override, and when we override we use the set multiple, and in this we are giving a wrong thing in here. It should not be, these brackets should not be there. So now we say okay, bracket is still there, it should work. Okay, this is a function, not a object, so it should be like this. So we are calling this set, this is a method. So earlier what we did, we were just doing it as an key property on the set method, which is not true. So we need to remove these two things, this and add the braces here, the brackets here, and now it should work. So let's see. Yeah, we see the entry. So we added this star for the today. So a star, if we select any date, let's see, we get the, okay, we are not getting this one, right? Okay, let's see why is that. We check the year, it says day selected, and for this one it is getting the class is there as well, emoji and the content, but for the today it is not there. Let's see any console error. No, it's working fine. So for this one, let's go to the selected. When we click on date, open again. So this is a selected date. Let's go to our update method. So we'll say update selection. In here we say the slots dot day data. Okay, so the problem that that icon is not displaying here is that this is wrong. It should be HTML, not HTML. So we'll remove it here and remove here. Now let's come in here. We select the date and see the checkbox is there. So if you open our HTML, we added this one. So if we just remove it with XX, it will display XX. So this is how we can customize the UI element of DatePicker. So now if you look at the SlotManager, we have, this is our StateManager. Let's open the SlotManager, and inside the SlotManager we have the day. So this is how we can just edit it, and if we want to change the weekend, we can just Similarly, we can just use this one and update the HTML of DatePicker. This is how we can change it. Our slot manager is ready. It gives you a customizable template. You can customize the days. But notice in our calendar view, we still have helper functions. So this generate month, this is same day, is weekend. These are inside our calendar view. In next episode, we extract them into pure utility functions. We'll create our dateutil.js file. I see you in next episode. Now let's create a utils file. Inside our utils folder, it has all the files from our previous module, slots module. Let's create the file date utils.js. Now let's go back to our calendar view file. In the calendar view, let's see what we can extract. So this generate month grid, this is all calculations and we can extract it easily. So this is our number one method. Second is, let's say the weekdays, we can move it here. We can move this one to our utils file. Next is get month name, same day is weekend. This one, no, this only related to this file because this belongs to some DOM, which is the container. Next we have render days, update selection, no change needed, create data, no, we cannot move it. Find the element, this is fine, we will keep it here. Yeah, rest looks fine. So let's start with our generate month grid. So what we do, we'll just cut it from here and let's put it here. We'll do one thing, we'll just rename it. We will not use underscore because it is no longer private method to the date calendar view class. We will remove it. We'll say export function and here we have our method. This is our default export and let's add one more export for that is our named export. And if we want to have a default export that we need, we will use it here. So we'll say export default. Now inside this we have few other methods that we need. The is same day, is weekend, this is what we need. So let's go back to our calendar view. We remove that one. We need is same day and is weekend. We can just cut them out and add them here. So let's add it here. We can just again do same thing, export function, same for the is weekend, and then we can just update all these values. So let's select them and we can delete them. So now they all are in same file. Next, let's go back to the calendar view. This is fine, render days is fine, update selection, create data, find the element, visibility, yeah, all looks fine. Now we need to import those functions, right? The generate grid, this is no longer inside this calendar view class, so we can remove this one and remove. Let's see how many times it is. Okay, 2 times. We'll see. Okay, 2 times we are using this one. Okay, there is one more. Let's see. Let's control Z and now let's find it. Okay, 2 times. So first we remove it from here. We'll import it. Next is here. Let's remove this one. Okay, now we do import this method from our util.js. So let's come in here. We'll say import. We need grid, the generate month grid from date utils. Okay, what else is there? The weekday name. Okay, what we moved here, we moved. Okay, we moved the is same day is weekend. Now let's see where we are using these two methods in our calendar view. So this is here. We need to update this reference. So we'll remove it. We can just say import it from there. Next we have the is weekend. Let's search for is weekend. We have it 2 times, only 1 time. It's being used here. We can remove it and let's import this one as well. So we have moved these functions is same day, is weekend, and generate month grid. Now what next we need? Okay, we have not exported from here. We can just say export it default. So let's go back to the calendar view. Yeah, this should work now. Okay, let's come in here. Okay, it's still not working. What is the error? Okay, date does not export named format date. Okay, yeah, we have few more use cases in this file. We'll see what are those. So let's go back here. Now let's move these two methods. So weekday and get month name. So we start with the weekday name. Now the weekday name, right now we are only returning the short name, but we can have a different function that will just export the short name or long name based on the parameter. So let's see, go in here, we can put it here. It's very simple. So we will pass a parameter short true. If we want short name, we will get this one, otherwise we will get the long name. So we can put it here. Go back in this, we see where we are using this, get weekday name. Now it should be weekday names, not name. Should be names. Okay, yeah, it is a name. So let's see where we use it. This 2 times in here and in. Okay, this is, we can remove it here. Let's see, and we just update it here. Get weekday names, and we can import it. But before that, let's just go back to DateUtils. Okay, we have exported it, so it should work. Next we need get month names. So let's see where it is. 3 times used. Okay, for the get month names. So let's do the same thing for the month name as well. So I will bring a function for this, and it's very straightforward. We have month name. We will pass the month that we want to get the name, like 0 to 11, and then the short or long name. Based on this, we can return the month name. So let's export it from here. Again, calendar view, we have the get month name. Okay, we can just replace it and import it. And next, we can remove it completely. We don't need it. And one more place here, we can say get month name. So okay, so we have how many functions? We have 5 functions. Now our calendar view is done. Let's move to DatePicker, and inside it, let's see what we can extract or we can replace with. Event listeners is fine. Input click, handle action is fine. Subscribe to state is fine. Select date is fine. Update input. Here we are adding a condition. If we have select date, we go to the month, then we update the input value. Yeah, this we can definitely improve. So let me bring a function. So this function will have multiple options to format this this date value. So let's go to the DateUtils. I will add it here. Now I will explain what it is. So this is a format date. We will give it a date, and the format is like medium or short, long, or ISO format. And in here we have month, long month name, and the short month name. And then in here, based on the format, we can get like this, or we can have the date displayed like this or like this. So these are the useful when we want to display a different format when you just select a date. So this is our format date method. So let's put it here. Now we go back to the date picker. In here we can just edit. So what we can do, we can just remove it completely and we'll say this dot input element dot value equals to, we check if we have selected date, then we'll call format date method and we'll pass it two things. One is selected date, and second, if we want to pass, let's pass it from the options. So we have this options object that the user can pass, and we'll say give it format. The format we need to define it on the top. Let's go back to the options. Where is it? Okay, here are the options. So what we can do, we can say in here we'll add format, and default value we can say medium. Then we can just put all the options back here, and let's go in here, this dot format. Okay, now we have it here, and if there is no selected date, we can just say empty string. So this is our format date method, and we need to put it one more time. Let's see if we have the functions. No, I think that is it. So yeah, this is the only place we need to update, and that is fine. Okay, now let's see if this HTML file is working inside it. Let's see what we have. So we have the format date method, so we can directly import the method from our date utils, and then in here you can see that the first picker we gave option as a short, then we gave it ISO, and let's see where we used the format date. It's in here somewhere. It's just some values to display. So this is not related to the date picker, but we are testing the format date method. So let's see. If I select date, see the format is different. If I select this one, format is different. So we gave an option to user that what format they want to display, and they can change it. So it's working just fine. So we have successfully extracted all the methods to date utils, and these methods can be imported anywhere. They are not like you can just use it here. You can use in different projects. Few of them, let's say if you want to check is same day, you can use it in anywhere in your project. In other project, same for is weekend. You can get month name, format date, weekday names. These methods you can use anywhere. So that was it for our date utils module. Our date util is done with pure functions. We now have EventBus, StateManager, CalendarView, SlotManager, date utils, 5 modules, and each has one job. But we still cannot modify the data during render process. What if you want to modify or disable certain dates before you render them? In next episode, we will implement render hook. It can intercept the pipeline and modify the data before it renders the DOM. I see you in next episode. Your boss wants to disable weekends. No Saturday or Sunday should be selectable. With Slot, you could create a custom day renderer that makes weekends look disabled, but they would still be clickable. Slot changes how the things look, not how they behave. What you need is to change the data before it renders. How you set is disabled equals to true for all weekend days. Today we add hook. It intercepts the render pipeline and updates the data. And let me make it again crystal clear. Slot changes the presentation, how does a day look like, what is the HTML, but hooks changes the data that goes into presentation. And the hooks runs before slots. They transform the data and then the transformed data will be received by slots. If you want disable weekend, the hook will set is disable to true and the slot will receive is disable true and renders with disable styling. This is a clear separation. So now we implement our hook systems. Now let's create our hooks in our calendar view. So we'll open the hooks folder. Inside it, all these files are from our previous module. Now let's go to the calendar view. Now we can add our hooks code and we'll see it action when we Now let's add our hooks. So inside our hooks folder, all these files are from our previous module. Now let's open the calendar view and we will add our hooks code here. So in this, after the slots, let's add our hooks object. So we'll say first we write the code and then when we test it, we will understand how this is working. So let's add it here. This dot hooks before render after render we need 4 hooks before render the complete date picker, after date picker is rendered, and 2 more for the particular day render. So we'll say before day render, the last is after day render. Now let's come in here, we'll check if we have options dot hooks. So if user has passed some hooks, then we will integrate it here. But before that, we need functions for adding the hook. So let's create our first hook method. We'll create it here. It's add hook. It take hook name and callback. So first we check if this dot hooks of hook name does not exist, then we'll add the log. So we'll say console dot warn, say unknown hook, the name of the hook, say hook name, and we'll return it from a empty method. Next, if we find it, so we'll say this dot hooks of hook name, then we'll push it the callback. And here is the important part. Here we will return a method that we can use to remove the hook. So I'll say return index equals to this dot hooks of hook name index of callback. We'll check if we have the index is greater than -1, then we want to remove it. We'll say this dot hooks of hook name and we'll say splice index and 1. This will remove the hook from the hook list. The hooks array, it will just remove that. So this is our add hook. We need one more method which is run hook. So once we add the hook, we need a method that can run the hook, like call the method for that particular hook. So we'll need run hook, the hooks. So we'll say hook name and data. First we check if there is no hook inside our hooks object. Then we just return data. And if we find it, let's have a variable here, result data, and we'll say for const hook of this dot hooks of hook name. We'll put it inside our try catch block. Let's say first hook result equals to hook, and here is the result, which is the data it takes. So we'll give it result, and here we will check if hook result is not equals to undefined. We'll say result equals to hook result. Else we will go inside the catch block and we'll say console dot error. We'll log the error in at the hook name hook, and then we can add error here. So we'll say here is the error. And then finally we'll return the result. Now this will make more sense when we integrate and test it in our actual DatePicker. Now let's see where we need to add the hook. So let's go to the render method. So in the render, we are rendering the data for the day and for the calendar. So first we will need, before the context, we'll add it here. We'll say render context equals to this dot run hooks, and we want to render before render hook, and we'll say render context. Now why we are writing this like here? So this is before we render the DatePicker. Like anything before we render, we need to modify this data. So we have the data here and we call this run hook. It will call the function and it will run that particular callback, and then it will give the data, it will modify data, and it will update this current render state, and then the rest of the calendar can start working. So this is before we render, we have ability to modify the data. If it's not making any sense, please wait. Once we test in our DatePicker, you will see it how it works. So this is our before render, and then we need before day render. So we'll say render context dot days equals to render context dot days dot map day. Now this is before we render the day. We have ability to modify the day data. We'll say return this dot run hooks, and we want to run before day render, and here is the data. Okay, this should be the, we need to change this one, so because we cannot reassign to a constant, so now we can. And next let's see what we have inside our render. Here we have the HTML, we update the HTML, update the reference. Here we display the DatePicker. Now here the DatePicker is render. We can add our next hook after render. So we'll say this dot run hooks. We'll say after render. So once DatePicker is rendered, now we have access to the DOM and we can modify it there. So we'll say context. We need to add some data. So we'll say render context and elements. What are all those elements that we have access to? We can say elements. These are the elements we have access to, and this is the context we have. So this is the data that is rendered, and these are the elements where data is rendered. So we can easily modify it. Next, see what we have inside our render days. So this renders the days. So in here we can say before you render the day, we have options to modify the data. So we'll say days. So we need to change this one to let. We'll say days equals to days dot map day. We'll say this dot run hook, and we'll say before day render. We can have the day data. Next we have here, so the inner HTML is updated, the title is updated, this is updated. Now before we emit the event, we can edit here this dot run hook. This is after day is rendered, so we'll say after day render. We can add it here days and elements equals to this dot elements. Okay, so this is our after day render. Now let's see. So now we are done with our hook. Now we can actually test it. So let's open the index.html. In here I have written a very simple HTML. So we have the date picker first, and this is nothing but the log, and here is our date picker 1 and date picker 2. So date picker 1, we say before render we are doing no change, we just logging the data here. And in the second date picker, what we are doing, we are saying that here is the hook before day render, and we are checking here if the day is weekend, we are disabling it. So let's see it in action. So this is our page. If I click here, okay, it's not working. Let's see what is missing. It says cannot read property of undefined reading days, calendar view 95. Okay, let's see calendar view 95. Okay, render days. So in here we are modifying the data and we are adding it here, but let's see what is our run hook do. In here we calculate the data, but we never return it. So if we just return it from here, that error should go away. Error is gone. Now let's check. Okay, we still don't have the days disabled. We have given that days should be disabled. It is not there. We are passing the hook, but it's not working. Let's see our hook. Okay, let's see. Okay, here is the problem. We did not added the hooks that were passed by the user. So let's add it here now. Object dot entries and then options dot hooks for each hook name and callbacks. Let's add const callback array, because we will get all the callbacks for a particular hook. Array dot is array callbacks. First we check if we have all the hooks inside the array or not. If it is, then let's say callbacks, else we'll put it inside the array. Then we'll say callback array dot for each callback, we'll add this dot add hook, and we'll give it hook name and callback. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, now our weekends are disabled. So what we did, we come in here, we pass this hook. So we'll say before day render, if it is weekend, we disable it. If we just say false, see they are enabled. If we say true, disabled, yeah, disable them. So our hook is working fine. Now let's see how hook is working. We can see It's working, but let's understand how it is working. So we pass hooks in our options, and in here we are adding the hooks inside the particular hook. If it is before render, after render, before day render, or after day render, we are pushing that function inside that. And then we have this add hook method and run hook. So add hook is just add the hook to the array. Each array will have its own hook. So this is where we use the add hook method. And run hook, what it does, it run the hook. So if we check our run hook, so what it does, it says before render, this is the context, and then we want to run it. So it gets the data, and whatever function is, that function will get the data and update it. And then this is before the DatePicker runs, and this is before the day runs. This is where this disable weekend is happening. So it says before this, here is the data. Now before day render, what we are giving here is this method. We say this is the method, use it. And in here we have this hook integrated. This will help us to achieve the functionality. But if we just remove it, see, if we remove it, then we check, see, this is not working because we don't have ability to edit the data. But if we just add it here, and inside our use case we say I want to disable it, we can simply disable it. So this is the hook. It's very simple. We have the one method run hook, and we just integrated like before calendar runs, before day render, after day render, after DatePicker rendered. All those 4 scenarios we have covered. Now our hook system is completed. They are working fine. We have before render, after render, before day render, after day render. All these 4 hooks, they are working fine. In next episode, we are going to add plugin functionality in our DatePicker. I see you in next episode. Now we will add our functionality for plugins. If a client wants to have a disable weekend, you add a feature. Your second client wants the same feature, your third client wants the same feature, you add the copy, you give them. There is a bug you fix in one, but you forgot to fix in other 2. But with the plugin, it is just one single piece of code and you can use it anywhere. Now we can add functionality for our plugin. So let's open the plugin folder and we open the DatePicker. Now inside the DatePicker, we will add our plugin functionality. We don't need any separate file. We will add it in our DatePicker, and DatePicker will handle our plugin functionality. So first we will add the option in here. So we can actually install a plugin to the DatePicker. So we need an option in here. That option is plugin, and it will be an array of plugin. So we can pass array of plugins that we want to use, and then we need to have a place where we can install store the plugin. So we'll say this dot plugins, and it will be a new map. So this is where we will store our plugins, and next we need to install the plugin. So whenever we pass a plugin that we want to use, we have to install it in order to use the plugin. So before we render it, let's put it here. We'll say this dot install plugins. Now let's create this install plugin method. So it's simple. We add it here, install plugins, and in here we'll say this dot options. From the options we can get the value plugins. Now first we check if there is no plugins array, or we can say plugins dot length is 0. It means there is no plugin. We return it. Now if we have the plugin, for that let's add the for loop item inside of our plugins array. and we'll check if it is array of is array. So inside our plugins array we can have array of array. It means like it will be like this. So we'll say this is a plugin, this is our plugin 1, and then we have one more array that will be plugin 2, and it will have an object that will have the data. So it will go like this. So if it is an array, we will check it and we can use it. If it is not, it means we are only adding the single plugin. So for that, let's add the check in here. If it is array, then we'll say this dot use. This use method we will create it and we'll pass it item of 0 and item of 1. Else we can simply say this dot use and the item. So this is our install plugin method. Now we need use method. So after the install plugin, let's add use. It will take plugin name and options. First, we need to validate the plugin. So whenever we want to install the plugin, it should have a name and it should have an install method. So right now we are just adding the functionality in our DatePicker to install the plugin. And when we actually create the plugin, then you will see why this method will make more sense. So in here, first we will validate the plugin. So we should have a plugin, and if we don't have the plugin dot name or type of plugin dot install. So we will have a method install on plugin. Whatever plugin we want to use, we will have method on that, and it will be a install plugin, the install method. It's function. So if it is not function, we'll add console dot warning. So warn, we'll say invalid plugin must have name and install method, and we'll just return from here. Second, we need to check if a plugin is already installed. So we'll check if this dot plugins dot has plugin dot name. If we already have this plugin installed, we'll add a warning. We'll say plugin and plugin name. So plugin with this name is already installed. Already installed, and we will just return from here. Next, if these two checks are passed for a particular plugin, then we can add our plugin. We can install the plugin. So we'll say, so this is how we install a plugin. So we will have the plugin, and that plugin will have an install method, and we'll pass this reference and we'll pass the options. And we are installing this return value of this plugin so we can clean up our plugin later. Once we destroy our DatePicker, we have reference to destroy that plugin as well. Now we'll say this dot plugins dot set. We want to set a plugin name, so we'll say plugin dot name, and here is the value. So value is, this is the plugin, and for the cleanup, this is the cleanup method. Type of cleanup equals to function. Then we say, so if it is type of function, we say this is our cleanup method, else it's null. And then we will emit an event, this dot EventBus. Okay, not inside it, outside it. We'll say this dot EventBus dot emit, we'll emit an event, plugin installed. So we will extract this into our events.js file. For now, let's just skip it. And we'll say this is the plugin name. And if there is any error, we will just console log the error. Failed to install plugin, and the name of the plugin is plugin.name, and here is the error. And then finally we will return from here this. So we are returning this, so we can like on the use method we can use again the next use method. So this enables the chaining. So this is our use method. Now let's see, our use method is done. Now let's go to our destroy method. This is where we will clean up all the plugins. So for name and entry for this dot plugins, this is not a for, this is off, and inside it we'll say if entry dot cleanup. If we have a cleanup method, then we'll say again try and catch. If we have the cleanup method, we'll say entry dot cleanup, we will call that method. And if there is any error from that method, we can just say console dot error cleaning up plugin, and here's the name of the plugin, and this is the error. Then we'll say this dot plugins dot clear. Now we are clearing our complete plugins array. So this is the basic of our plugin. Now we need actual plugin so we can use them. So for that, let's create a plugins folder, and inside it we'll create two plugins. Both are very simple, but we will understand how actually plugin works. So we'll say min max date. So it will enable the min and max date functionality. So in here, let's add it here. So export const min max date plugin. And it's an object. Inside it, we will add the name. So first thing, we need the name for the plugin, which is required. So we'll say min max date. And second, the install method. The install method will take two parameters, picker, which is if we look at our calendar view, not the calendar view, not calendar view, the date picker. So inside it, let's go up. We have the use, and you see here the install, it takes two things, this and the option, and this belongs to the DatePicker class. So that is our DatePicker. So we can add it like this, the picker, and the second is options. By default it's empty object, and inside it we can say we'll have min and max values from our options. And then first we need to check. If we don't have these two values, then we can say this plugin will not work. We'll say console error. The warning will say min max date plugin, no min or max date provided. So if there is no min and max date provided, we can just add this warning to console. Then we can just return this one from here for the cleanup method, because there is nothing to clean, but we still have to return it. Next is, let's just normalize the day. So we can add some string min and max date. We need to convert it into actual date. So let's add it here. First, min date, it will be, if we have the min, let's go and use our date method. The date object will give it min dot get full year, and next we need min dot get month, and next is min dot get date. Else we can say it's null. This is our min date. Let's do same for the max date. If we have the max, we can say new date max dot get full year, max dot get month, and max dot get date. Else we can say it's null. Okay, now let's call our add hook method. Why we are calling add hook method? Let's add it first, and then you will understand why we are calling the add hook method from our DatePicker. We'll say picker dot add hook, because this is a hook, because we are trying to modify the data using a plugin. So we need the hook. So we need a hook before day render. So before the day render, we want to modify the data because we are rendering the min and max date. So we need a day render hook. So we'll say before day render. First, let's get the date. New date, day dot year, day dot month, and the day dot day. This day is a day data, and then we'll add it here. So if min date and day date is less than min date, so the date is less than the min date, it means we want to disable that day. So we'll say disabled true. And for the max date, we can say if max date and day date is greater than max date, then we can say again day dot is disabled equals to true. And then we can return the day from here, whatever day value is. So this is this remove hook. This returns the function that we can use, and we will return it. So we can actually remove it when we clean up the plugin. So in here we will just return remove hook. Then we did the name export. We can do the default export as well. So export default min max plugin. Now let's create our second plugin, the disable weekend. We'll add it here. We'll say disable weekends.js. Let's create export const disable weekends plugin. First thing we need name. So let's add the name for this plugin. It's disable weekends. Second, the install method. It takes picker and option 2 parameters. And again we have the same thing. remove hook. It will come from picker dot add hook, and this time we will again call the before day render because we want to disable a particular day, and we'll say before day render is the day data, and we'll check one thing. If day dot is weekend, if it is a weekend, we'll say day dot is disable equals to true. If it is weekend, we want to disable the date, and then we return it from day. And finally we return the remove hook, and we can add the default export default disable weekends plugin. So now we have two plugins, disable weekend plugins and min max day plugin. Now let's open our index.html file, what we are doing it here. So first, okay, now one more thing, this date picker, I will rename it to black and white date picker. It's just for the branding. Now we are close to the course, we will make it a brand. You can use it any other name. I am using the black and white date picker because when you publish this plugin, this is what user will be able to use it. So you can use your name or any other name you want to use. So I'll call it black and white date picker, and then inside it the class name we need to update. So whatever class name I have here, black and white date picker, I will add it here. So say black and white date picker. Now this update is only in this file, all the previous file stays same, no need to change it, only here because we are almost end to the course. So this is our black and white date picker file, and we import the date picker, then we have imported two plugins, and let's see how we are using it. So we have imported the date picker plugin, and for the picker one, what we are doing here, we say dot, we are just calling this event, we are checking on this event log, there is no change. For the picker 2 we have disabled the weekend. So let's see how we are doing it here. So black and white date picker, and then we are passing it as an object. We say this is my disable weekend plugin. For picker 3 we are passing it like this. So we say I want to add a plugin with an option, so we are doing it like this. And for picker 4 we say this is my first plugin, it has no option. Second plugin, the name and the options are there. Okay, now if we check, okay, it's not working. Let's see the error if there is any. Okay, it says picker.add hook is not a function. Okay, so picker is our black and white date picker. We are calling the add hook method. Do we have add hook method here? Let's search. Add hook, no, we don't have it. Okay, so the add hook method exists in our calendar view. This is where our hooks are installed, but we don't have the public API that exposes these hooks, this add hook to date picker. So for that we need to add a method here. So in here we'll say add hook, I'll give it hook name and callback, and this will call this dot view dot add hook, and we'll pass it hook name and callback. So now let's see. Okay, see the one line, the errors are gone. Let's see if it is working. Click here, weekends are disabled, date range is there. So let's go back to the HTML file and start with our picker one. So picker one, we did not edit anything, so it's a normal date picker, everything is working fine. Second is picker 2, we say disable weekends, so we want to disable the weekend. We check here, see weekends are disabled, they are not clickable. Third is min and max days, next 30 day only. So for that we did it like this. So we calculate the data here, and then we say this is min and max date plugin, and this is the min date, and this is the max date. So we gave it options as well with the plugin name. So when we check this here, you see the next 30 days are enabled. We can go back, go next year, all dates are disabled. Next, fourth is disable weekend and the min max together. So if we check it here, weekends are disabled and the next 30 days are only selectable. We cannot select any other date. So our both plugins are working fine. Now there are few more things that we can add. So if you feel that you want to add some more methods from our calendar view or slot manager or any other, you can just add those methods here and then you can access it, the picker dot anything. So let's say the add hook, we are calling it here. It was not available because the picker did not have it, and when we added it here, it is available there. Now let's add two more. We can add the like let's say we want to have the go to specific date. So now when we have this here, the picker for, we can call, see here we are calling the on method, right? And the on method is this one. This is the public API. The on method, it is coming from the EventBus. So whenever this event happens, this is the callback. So this is how we expose a method to the public for use. So this is called facade pattern. We are just exposing the very minimum functions, not the actual functionality. Actual functionality is inside our EventBus or state, and for this it is inside the view. So now we can add two more. If you want, you can add many more, but I will just add two more. So I'll say go to, and this will enable us to go to a specific month and year. We'll say this dot state dot set view. Let's say it's a month and it's year. So this is our go to method. Next we can say set slot name and renderer. For that we call this dot view dot set slot, and here is the slot name and here is the render function. Then we call this dot view dot render, and for this we give it this dot state dot get state. So like this you can expose more methods, and then you can use when you create an instance of DatePicker. So this is our plugin module. So we are almost done with the course. Next is our production, where we will just bundle up and create the CSS for the production ready. Now our plugin system is complete. We have plugins that we can use or we can remove. We now have a professional grade component architecture: EventBus, StateManager, CalendarView, SlotManager, hooks, plugins. In next module, we go for production: CSS styling, TypeScript types, building for npm, documentation, and ready to publish. I see you in next episode. Now we are finally in our last version, the production, and I have created this folder structure for production. We have a production inside the package. Outside we have the readme file and the package.json file. Inside our package folder we have core and two different folders for each plugin. We will not publish all together. If we want to publish only core, we publish core. If we want to publish one plugin, we only publish one plugin, and same for the last plugin. So if you open the core, inside it we have source folder, and outside we have rollup config. This is config for how the build will happen. So when we run the npm run build, it will build ESM or CJS or UMD, all these three types of minified and non-minified files. And we have the package.json and readme file. Inside the source, we have all the files that we have created in our all modules. Now, till now we are writing the CSS inside our HTML file. So if you look at it, we have the CSS in here for our DatePicker. That is okay for demo or the development. But when we do the production, we need to change it. We cannot have it like this. So today we will create a CSS file. So let's create a new CSS file in here. Inside the source, I will add black and white DatePicker.css. Now I will just copy and paste the CSS. We are not going to write every single line of code, but I will explain where is the light theme, where is the dark theme, and how do we apply the dark theme to the DatePicker. So this is our complete CSS. If we start on the top, this is our variables. Like these are our variables, and by default we have the light color theme. But for the dark theme, we just use the same variable, we just change the value. With this single class, all these dark theme colors will be applied. And how we will do it? We'll take this class, and when we create an instance of our DatePicker, let's say the picker 2, we will add this single class DatePicker dark, and it will make it dark. So this is how we are going to use our DatePicker. So if we'll open it, let me bring it here. So this is how it will work. Dark theme, and see dark theme, this is the light theme. So this is our how dark theme and the light theme will work. With single line, it will change light theme to dark theme. So this is our CSS. Now our CSS is ready. This is a production ready. We will just use the build config to build it, and we will put it into our dist folder, and it will be our ready CSS file. Next, we create a type file for our DatePicker. We have created our CSS file for production. Now let's create the TypeScript file with the type. So if a TypeScript user wants to use our DatePicker, they can easily use it. So let's create a type file, black and white, DatePicker.d.ts, and I'll just add all the types here. We don't have to write every single code. It's just the type. So if we check, we define, like we declare the module that this is our DatePicker module, and then we define the types. These are for our event types. We have the day data, render context, our slots, weekend, header slots, day slots. We have our hooks types, before render, after render. We have the plugin types, the elements type, the date format. You see, we have all these types in here. So now we have our type also added. So our DatePicker is ready to publish. In next episode, let's prepare it for publishing. Our TypeScript file is ready. All the files are ready. Now let's work on the publish. But before that, let's look at our Rollup config file. We'll look at for each the core and the other two plugins. So first is the core. Inside it, if you see here, this is a very basic config file, and for each type, so we are creating 3 minified files, like minified and non-minified files, and 3 types of them: ESM, CGS, and UMD. So 3 different files. So first we define the input. This is our input, which is our index.js. Inside it, I just imported all the files, so we can have this one single file import, and our Rollup config can build them. So this is our input, and for the output we say create a dist folder if it does not exist, and add this file there. And for the CSS, we have written it here. This is our source CSS, and this is our destination. Same for the TS file. Next, we have the minified file. For the minified, we just define this, type it here as well, and we don't need anything in here because we already did it. Next, we have the CGS file. We are just changing the format and the file name. We have the UMD format, the format and the name here. We are changing these 2 things, and this is our Rollup config for core. We have the package.json. In here, you see we have this files dist folder. This is what get published. So whatever inside our dist folder will get published. Next, let's look at our plugin file. So plugin, we check here. We have the ESM, CJS and UMD, all three files. And this is our source, which is the input, the index.js file. This is our plugin. We say this is my target, like the input, and this is the output file. And we have the type file as well. So I just created a simple type file for the plugin. We say this is my type file, and this is our folder where you will just export it, and same for other two types. And if you look at this one, it is the same thing. The config files, all the settings are same. Now all the settings are ready. We just have to build it and publish it. I see you in next episode. Now we can publish our package. For that, I will open the integrated terminal in our core. And first we need to install the required package. So npm install. It will install all the required package to create a bundle that we can publish. Then I will run npm run build. And it will build all the files in our dist folder. You can see we have the CSS file, TS file, and all other JS file that we have defined in our rollup config. Now we have everything ready. We can write two commands and it will work. So first is npm login. If you don't have npm account, you will run this command. You will open a browser, login, and once you log in, you come back here and run this command, npm publish access public. If you run this, your package will be published. I have already published it, so I am not going to run this command, but if you run it, it will be published on your npm account. So if you do this, you will have your npm package published successfully. And once you publish, you will be able to access it, and you can say this is my black and white DatePicker already published and with the complete documentation. And if you open the code, you can see everything is in here, all the source and the files in here. In the source, we don't have a complete source code, it's just a TypeScript file. And in the dist folder, we have all the required files that we want to publish. So now you have this completely published npm package with your name on it. We started with the bad code, and each episode we created new files which handles one single thing, a better architecture. You learn so many patterns, and finally you created a ready to publish, and you have published your first npm package. So that was the journey, and that was component engineering. Thank you for taking this course. Now you can go and build something amazing, and you can find the source code in the description.